that whole thought about how compressing and confusing language is. There's real paradox there.
Yes, language is best used to lie. That's what it's best at, because it's a kind of betrayal. It's an incredible flattening of reality. And I think the example you mentioned was, I was saying, a child lying in a nursery in a crib, and a bird flies into the room. And for the child, this is this moving, fluttering thing of light and sound is a miracle that has many, many dimensions to it. But the child's mother then comes into the room and sees what's happening, and she says, "It's a bird. It's a bird, baby, bird." So what happens then is this mysterious, irreducible complex of light and motion is changed into a word. And the word is like a little tile. And that word is affixed over the bird and now covers the bird. And by the time you're 6 years old, you've been handed enough of these small tiles that everywhere you look, it's seamless tiling. Trail, it's an incredible flattening of reality. And I think the example you mentioned was, I was saying, a child lying in a nursery in a crib, and a bird flies into the room. And for the child, this is this moving, fluttering thing of light and sound is a miracle that has many, many dimensions to it. But the child's mother then comes into the room and sees what's happening. And she says, "It's a bird. It's a bird, baby, bird." So what happens then is this mysterious, irreducible complex of light and motion is changed into a word. And the word is like a little tile. And that word is affixed over the bird and now covers the bird. And by the time you're 6 years old, you've been handed enough of these small tiles that everywhere you look, it's seamless tiling. You have a word, this is a chair, this is a bird, that's the sky, that's the river, and the word robs the thing of its intrinsic ambiguity and magic. And yet, the word is how we communicate to each other about the thing. Now we're speaking about the unspeakable, let me point out to those of you who I wander from the subject. So there's a tension and a paradox there. Reality is most itself in the absence of language, but it can only be communicated through language. Therefore, language is an enterprise in need of perfection. This is the other thing I take out of the DMT thing. This whole business about how they say, do what we are doing, do it, and then you make this glossolalia that I imitated for you, and then you discover that you can make colors and lights and shapes with your voice. This is profound. This is what I call a more perfect logos. Let's analyze what's going on here. First, let's analyze ordinary speech. I want to communicate with you. I have a thought, and I want to communicate it to you. I go into my mind, which is partially my brain, and I seek the culturally, consensually validated words for my idea. I then raise those words to consciousness, I activate my tongue and soft palate, and I create an acoustical pressure wave in the air. This acoustical pressure wave crosses the intervening space between you and me. It enters into your ear. You download this incoming vibration and you attempt to match it to a dictionary of vibrations that you have learned over your lifetime. Now, if your dictionary matches my dictionary, you extract my thought out of this process. My thought magically comes into existence in your mind. Now, this is called understanding. But notice that one of the most uncool things you can do in most social situations is say to someone, would you explain to me what I just said? This is bad social politics because it punctures the illusion that we understand each other. I have this all the time because people quote me to myself, and I can often not recognize. Now, notice, let's go back to the DMT flash. The elf creatures, the tykes, I call them, the tykes are using small mouth noises, but they make things you can see. And notice that there is a tremendous gain in coherency. When you and I look at something, let's say we're in an art museum and we're looking at a painting or a sculpture. When you and I look at something, we have high confidence that we are seeing the same thing. Generally, where if I were to read a paragraph and then ask each person to write what I had read, we get a whole spectrum of answers. But if I show you a painting and ask everybody to write down what they've seen, the spread will be much less tight. Visual languages have a diminished ambiguity to them. They also, visual languages are not dependent on on culturally validated symbol systems. Notice that if you don't speak English, you can't understand me. But if we're in an art gallery looking at a piece of sculpture, you may speak German and I speak English, but we don't see different things because of this, or we assume we don't see different things because of this. So, having observed all this, I went the contrast between spoken language and visual language in DMT. I then went to the Amazon, where ayahuasca taking is rampant, and where it's built around the phenomenon of singing, of what are called magical songs, icaros. And when you sit in these ayahuasca circles and when you're loaded and people sing these songs, well then after 3 or 4 songs there'll always be a break. So people can go outside or smoke or something. And then you hear what people are saying to each other. And people will say to the shaman who has just finished singing, I love your song. I especially love the part where you put the silver dots on the khaki striping. And I really like the part where the lemon yellows were faded into the grays. Say, what kind of a conversation is this? We're talking about a song, but it is perceived as a pictorial enterprise. Because under the influence of ayahuasca, sound is processed in the visual cortex, not in the audio center of the brain. And consequently, language is seen. This is why ayahuasca has a reputation for being a telepathic drug. It is a telepathic drug. But telepathy doesn't mean you hear what I think. Telepathy means you see what I need. And we unconsciously prioritize the visual sense. If you want to say, I understand you, you say, I see what you mean. And in all Western languages, if you want to know if you're understood, you say, is that clear? Is that clear? So what this, I believe, means is that language is a behavior in human beings that has not yet completely unfolded developmentally. We now use small mouth noises to communicate, but notice how driven toward the image we are, how much color photography has transformed our world, how much being able to print steel point engravings transformed our world, cinema, television, color television, interactive media, virtual reality. We love to perfect and to relate to images. So I think that part of what these psychedelics are doing, if we say they catalyze the imagination, what we're really saying is that they make language a less audio and more visual enterprise. Now, being a naturalist and a biologist by predilection, whenever I get into these far out places, I try to go back to nature to find the model that fits. Is there a model of visual nature, of visual language anywhere in nature except in the DMT flash? And I discovered one that pleases me very much and makes the point. And I'll lay it on you here. You all probably know from watching endless National Geographic specials that octopi change color. Octopi can change their color. Most people think this is camouflage, as exists in certain lizards and frogs, where you become the color of the thing you're sitting on and therefore you don't get eaten. That's not what's going on with octopi. Here's the deal, as Ross Perot would say. Octopi are covered on their outer surface by, and first let me say, octopi are large mollusks. They are invertebrates. They divided from our line of evolutionary development 700 million years ago. They are not near neighbors of ours on the evolutionary tree. Compared to an octopus, a dolphin or a whale is like a dog or a cat in its near relative relationship to human beings. Octopi are more closely related to escargot. Okay, so it's a large mollusk, and on the surface of its body it has what are called chromatophores, specialized cells which can change color. It also has the ability to change the surface of its skin from rubbery, shiny, and smooth to goose pimple, wrinkled, and rugose. Also, its soft body. So in an aqueous medium like the sea, the octopus can fold and unfold itself very rapidly. It can reveal and hide parts of its body very rapidly. Well, when you put all this together and study octopi, what you realize is that the color changes, the surface changes, and the rapid shift of visual display is a language. The octopus is its language. It wears language on its surface the way we wear clothes on our surface. The mind of the octopus is on its surface. And one octopus encountering another can tell how long it's been since the other creature has had sex, how long it's been since it's eaten, what kind of a hair day it's having, and so forth and so on. The entire emotional and psychological and intellectual gestalt of the creature is conveyed on its surface. It is its grammar. it is its language. Octopi don't see each other. They see the intent to communicate of each other. And this is so important to cephalopoidal existence that some of these octopi have evolved away from the shallow shorelines of continents and have evolved into the deep parts of the sea, the so-called benthic depths, where no light ever reaches, below 1,500 feet. And in that situation, they have retained their ability to communicate with each other through surface color changes by going to iridescence and phosphorescence. And the benthic octopi even have organs on their bodies, which are like eyelids, that allow them to very, very quickly, at blink rate speed, cover and uncover very bright phosphorescent patches on their skin. In the benthic depths of the sea, there is only occipital grammar. They can't see each other. They can only see the messages that they are sending. It is a domain of purest mind. And I think this is something that we are evolving toward. We already, in distinction to other animals, have a small patch on our bodies that is adapted to doing this. We have what are called faces. Other animals don't have faces. People say their cats and dogs grin, but they only grin. So what kind of an expression is that? We have faces and hundreds of small, delicate muscles through here. And by frowning, widening the eyes, flaring the nostrils, opening the mouth, we convey subtly an entire gestalt of emotions, social changes, and attitudes that adumbrate and augment our spoken language. I think our drive into the mind to communicate is so intense that we are, through our technologies, following the steps of the cephalopodia and attempting to try and create a culture whose surface is syntactical and grammatical. And when we succeed in doing this, the difference between us as distinct individuals will be much less important. This is what I call the task of history. The task of history is for the human beings to turn themselves inside out. Let's get the mind onto the surface and get the body interiorized as a freely commandable object in the imagination. That is the inversion that we are attempting to create. When that can be done, then we will be in hyperspace. We will have transcended three-dimensional Newtonian space, which is the space where the body resides and flies around, and we will be in the mental space of the imagination. And this is what we're attempting to do by manifesting culture. You know, we talk about virtual reality, and, you know, is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? Notice that all human reality is virtual. If by virtual reality what we mean is the downloading of human ideas into a domain of presentation, then this hotel is a virtual reality. The city of Lahaina or Manhattan is a virtual reality. The American government is a virtual reality. Money is a virtual reality. These are all exteriorized ideological systems in which we walk around in and give our belief to, in the same way that we give our belief to the existence of mountains, oceans, and trees. And yet these are ideas that we have virtually caused to come into existence by using matter as the substrate on which to project these things. And essentially, as a species, we are the idea-excreting species. Other animals may have ideas, but they certainly don't manifest them. I mean, the whale sings its song, but it's a far cry from that to the World Trade Center or the American Museum of Natural History or an international airport somewhere. We manifest ideas, and as psychedelics catalyze ideas and catalyze language, it's becoming ever more concrete. And I think eventually there will be a marriage between human beings, technology, and pharmacology that will erase the boundaries between us and plunge us into a telepathic plenum that will not be magical. It will simply be image mediated and trans-individual. And this is what we're plunging toward. This is what the culmination of history is the creation of a collective human overmind that can then direct the human species in an appropriate way. In other words, a hive of bees has a collective overmind, and bees don't pollute the environment or dig up petroleum or do all of these destructive things because it is ultimately inappropriate to the existence of bees to do this. We, by fragmenting into 4 billion individual egos, have lost at the overstructure, the grand plan of things. And this is how it is possible that we can be damaging the earth and looting our children's future. We are not planning for the life of the species in a coherent way, and this is because we cannot communicate to each other sufficiently the nature of the problem and the path toward the solution. And here is where the psychedelics come in. They will connect us to the Gaian mind. They will connect us to each other. They will connect us to transverbal styles of communication that are beheld rather than heard. And in so doing, they will create of us a superorganism that is worthy of the human enterprise and worthy of the effort to verify and condense spirit that is going on this planet. The pieces of the equation, human beings, psychoactive plants, technology, are all now on the table. And it's simply a matter of being aware of what is possible and assembling the pieces and putting them together and creating a new kind of reality. That's what we're talking about. It's on its way, but it needs to be guided by psychedelic intent and by a consciousness of the real intrinsic worth of human beings. Well, that's enough for this morning. Very good way. And you have bladders of extraordinary durability, totaler by any means. But I do most of my substances straight. I don't mix things too much. I can't imagine what possible argument there could be for using alcohol in the presence of hallucinogens unless you were in a situation where, like, maybe you took LSD and you had a 1967 Puy Fumé Chateau Languedoc and you wanted to, explore it. But otherwise, I think it was not such a good idea. Yeah. What do I think of ecstasy? Well, that's a complicated question. Well, first of all, I think that it's, in terms of its psychoactivity, it has a definite role to play in getting people in touch with their emotions and their interpersonal stuff. However, most psychedelics, if you believe it's going to give you an insight into your personal dilemma, it will do so. I'm suspicious of all synthetic drugs simply because we don't have enough data. In other words, MDMA has not been taken in great amounts before 1975. So we don't know what the long-term consequences of exposure to it is. With a compound like psilocybin, it's been used for thousands of years in the Mexican highlands. We know that it doesn't cause blindness, miscarriage, madness, Parkinson's syndrome, whatever. In thinking about drugs, let me broaden the question. Here's how I evaluate a potential substance that I'm thinking about using for self-exploration. I say, first of all, does it occur in a plant? If it occurs in a plant, then it's part of the great ocean of organic life that has been elaborated over billions of years, and it has a morphogenetic field that is compatible with life. So that's the first question. Does it occur in a plant? But of course, you can kill yourself with plants, no question about it. Strychnos nux vomica, Amanita phalloides, henbane, no problem to kill yourself with plants. So there has to be a further filter, and that is, does it have a history of human usage? If it has a history of human usage, you automatically have your human data. You know that it's benign, or you know under what circumstances it's benign. And then thirdly, and this is the more narrow of the filters, I think it should have an affinity with ordinary brain chemistry. We don't want to insult the physical brain any more than you want to hit your thumb with a hammer. We don't want to put something toxic in the brain. So the least toxic things are those most structurally akin to neurotransmitters. So that leaves DMT and psilocybin, LSD to some degree. These things are very closely related to serotonin, the main neurotransmitter running the brain. So, strangely enough, if you apply all these limiting filters to your choice of substances, you will still be left with the best and the strongest. I don't think that psychedelic sophistication consists of having taken every drug there is. What it consists of is having a deep relationship with the substance that you personally have found to be the one that fits your psychology and somatology most comfortably. So, there are numerous substances that haven't tried because I don't think we need a new drug. I think if the things we have are perfectly adequate to any conceivable task or goal in this domain. We don't need hallucinogens more powerful than DMT, so forth and so on. Returning to the question of MDMA, it is true that it has a visible impact on microfine structures of the nerve called dendritic spines, and at doses that are not greatly higher than the effective dose. So that's a cautionary note. MDMA is in the family of the cyclicized amphetamines, which also include MDA and mescaline, which is a naturally occurring compound. But all of those compounds have the kind of profile that would cause a pharmacologist to want to be cautious. And let me explain a little pharmacology here too. Pharmacologists have a concept that they call LD50. Now, this is a nasty idea, but you should assimilate it anyway. LD50, LD stands for lethal dose. LD50 means you have 100 mice and you give them dose X and half of them die. That's the LD50. That dose is the LD50. When 50% of the animal sample dies, that's the LD50. Now, what you want in a hallucinogen or in any drug, an antibiotic, an antihistamine, anything, what you want is a drug where the effective dose is very, very low compared to the LD50, you see. Now, the most extreme example by this measurement of a safe drug is LSD, because LSD is active at 50 micrograms, 50 millionths of a gram. The LD50 has never been determined for human beings. In other words, no one knows how much LSD you would have to take to kill 50% of the human sample. It's orders and orders of magnitude. Psilocybin, by contrast, the effective dose is 20 milligrams. 20 milligrams. The LD50 of psilocybin is something like 800 milligrams per kilogram. Can you imagine how much psilocybin that is? So psilocybin is relatively safe. Now, when you go to these cyclicized amphetamines, the picture doesn't look so good. The LD50 for mescaline is only 20 times the effective dose. This is an indication at least that you should slow down and consider what's going on. So I favor drugs with low LD50s. The LD50, high differentials. The LD50 for DMT is not known. Simply not known. Yeah, it's never been determined and must be enormously high because it's a neurotransmitter, you know. For MDMA, it's again in the range of 20 times the effective dose. It may be lower. I mean, and it is true, as I mentioned, that these things called dendritic spines are sheared off, are ablated by MDMA. Now, you can take two positions on this. The conservative position says, oh my God, from one dose to another, you can see that this stuff is impacting the physical brain. Therefore, it shouldn't be taken. The less conservative position builds its case on the fact that, yes, but no behavioral consequences seem to flow from this ablation of the dendritic spines. In other words, there's no argument that it occurs, but the test animals do not display any symptom of impairment, nor do human subjects who have later been shown to have experienced this ablative phenomenon. So it's something where you must inform yourself and then make the decision. Personally, I don't think that MDMA does anything that other compounds with better profiles can't do with nearly equal ease. I don't see it as providing a unique pharmacological function. And I'm not saying this as a put down of MDMA, but throughout this century, the introduction of every new psychoactive drug has been accompanied by the hype that it was a love drug. And it came in different forms, you know. LSD was a love drug. Marijuana, when it hit white people, was presented as an aphrodisiac. Psilocybin, presented as a love drug. Even cocaine is said to increase sexual prowess and so forth. So it's a marketing strategy. I think MDMA is very effective in the hands of a therapist with somebody with a problem, But as a lifestyle, I think psychedelic people would quickly grow quite bored with that. Over here.
Do you know of any long-term effects on the dendrites regarding the serotonin levels with extended use of hallucinogens? Is there any indication for serotonin level lowering or raising or side receptors?
Not that I'm aware of, but I think that would be a very, very interesting question to pursue. As somebody who has taken a huge number of these things over a lifetime, I wonder occasionally about my serotonergic system and exactly what's going on. This leads to a sort of peculiar topic, this whole thing about the serotonergic system. Last night I didn't get to it in my talk. I talked about Zalvia divinorum, but it was actually only one of 4 items on a list called New Developments. Second on that list, and you may not have expected to ever hear this word pass my mouth, second on the list was Prozac. Prozac is, first of all, remember, if you haven't taken a drug, your opinion is worthless, even when it's a drug you don't like. Prozac targets the serotonergic system in exactly the same way that hallucinogens do, and here's how it works. When the nerve fires, the synaptic cleft is flooded with serotonin. Normally, that serotonin is immediately uptaken into the synaptic vesicle. In the presence of Prozac, it is not reuptaken. That doesn't occur. So the synapse remains saturated in serotonin. And I think it's very interesting that these drug companies have gone to work on this particular system. It's very clear to me that what they're trying to do is create a drug which has the effect of having taken 500 mics of acid and wrestled with your soul all night long, except that you don't. You don't. It comes very slowly. I don't know if you know, but Prozac builds up in your system. You take it for 15 days before it reaches saturation. Then when you stop taking it, it takes 15 days to leave your system. I'm interested in it because I'm beginning to wonder if this dysfunctionality that I've identified stemming from the absence of psilocybin for the past 10,000 years in the human diet may actually have resulted in a lot of us are running around with impaired serotonergic systems. There's much too much depression, mood swing, and mania, paranoia, and general unhappiness in the human population. And rather than lay it on to stress or bad upbringing, as has been the tendency in the past, I'm beginning to think a lot of it is actually somatic and possibly genetic. And that Prozac is an effort to essentially tune this serotonergic system that has an effect very similar to the effect that psychedelics have, but without ever putting the person through the dramatic episode of the boundary dissolving intoxication. And I'm sure we will hear more about these kinds of drugs because the Lilly company holds the absolute patent on Prozac, fluoxetine hydrochloride, and other companies are rushing to fill this gap. And I'm interested to talk to psychedelic audiences about it for a couple of reasons. First of all, I notice there's a huge amount of Prozac bashing going on in the ordinary press. I mean, it's dismissed as a happy pill and for people who are non-functional and vegetative and a cop-out and this and that. And I didn't read the book listening to Prozac, but as I try to understand this debate, the argument seems to be it's a terrible thing to take a drug which alters your personality. And what does that mean? That the self is chemically based. Well, but hey, folks, haven't we all been potheads since the year zero? Didn't we cross this bridge long ago? Haven't we come to terms with the issue of whether or not we're presenting a natural or artificial personality? It seems to me this is just something straight people have to come to terms with, that heads should have no problem with it. We understand that personality is as changeable as hairdo or fashion. I don't know how I got off on that tip. Oh, the serotonergic system, yeah.
What do you think the implications, since we have, the effects of, for example, Prozac, of the increase and stabilization of serotonin levels with the augmentation of hallucinogens?
You mean, how does Prozac work hallucinogens? Is that the question? Well, that's an interesting question. I saw my brother at Christmas time, and we spent a long evening talking about this, because you would think that this enriching of the synaptic environment with serotonin would have an inhibitory effect on hallucinogens, just knowing what we know about how these systems work. This does not appear to be the case. In other words, if you're taking Prozac, it does not diminish your response to hallucinogens, which is good news and also counterintuitive to how you would think this all might work. Anybody? Yeah, over to Richard. I haven't heard that. Before we leave the subject of Prozac, though, there's one more thing I should tell you, and I tell you this in the interest of, that I don't believe, well, just in the interest of education and information, but what you make of this is your own business. This problem with MDMA that I mentioned, the ablation of the dendritic spines, is blocked by Prozac. And it's blocked by Prozac even if you're not taking Prozac in the ordinary way, which is 20 milligrams a day. But if you just take 20 milligrams 6 hours before you take MDMA, this ablation of the dendritic spines will not hurt, because apparently the toxin, which is ablating the dendritic spines, is in that molecular species of serotonin that is reuptake. And if you block the reuptake of serotonin that is quote unquote contaminated by MDMA, then you won't have the dendritic spine ablation, and you will have the MDMA trip. So there are pharmacological strategies for dealing with this, but I wouldn't try this at home, folks. This is academic stuff. Over to.
Well, I was in a conversation with Dr. Oswald a few years ago, and we were talking about ecstasy, and you guys can never take it, because of the fact that it will lower and affect your spinal fluid, and actually in the spine, and cause fluctuations there. He said he would never touch it.
Well, I haven't heard that. I don't like dumping on it outright, but I guess what speaks louder than words is I don't take it, but a lot of people have had wonderful experiences on it. Marriages have been saved and launched, although I'm not sure that's a good thing. But as I say, this is part of educating yourself and deciding, where you want to put your money in this game. Yeah. No, I don't think it's excessively costly, because let's see, a gram runs around $200. Now let me figure here for a minute. If 50 milligrams is a dose, then a gram has 20 doses in it. At $200, that's $20 a dose. If we compare it to air flight, that's like being able to fly to Bombay for 35 cents. So, and also, I mean, let me say, DMT is not a drug of abuse. I mean, I know people who scored a gram in 1970 and still haven't hit the halfway mark with it and are planning basically to hand it on to their great grandchildren. So, I think as an investment, it looks pretty good. Well, that's an interesting question. The official answer is yes. There is no tolerance that can be measured by physiological parameters, which is what you would expect from a neurotransmitter. In my own experience, it's good to wait at least 12 hours. The second trip never attains this incredibly intense peak if you follow it 10, 15, 20 minutes later. But it's still very dramatic, no doubt about it. I would say in terms of tolerance, the tolerance is, there's very little buildup of tolerance to it.
Because you had a list of 4 new developments.
Let me go back to my notes from last night. Well, I did mention a little bit about the third item, which is these ayahuasca analogs. That this is a whole new frontier for people of an alchemical and botanical bent to try and locate plants in your environment that contain DMT and then brew up pseudo ayahuascas and take them. The DMT source that's causing a lot of excitement in this area is a plant that grows across the Midwest called Desmanthus illinoisensis. It has a very high concentration of DMT in the root bark, and it's basically a weed of the prairies, Illinois bundleweed. If you combine that with the gammon harmala, you get a rip-roaring hallucinogenic experience. There are also some grasses, Phalaris tuberosa, Phalaris arundinaceae. They contain DMT with very few other analogs present. There are anadenanthera trees in the tropics and in the subtropics. They're probably here, probably used as landscaping. They certainly are in Puerto Rico, yeah. And cook it together. Cook it together, boil it for an hour, strain out the solid matter, concentrate the liquid, fast 6 hours, take it in silent darkness. Boil it in water, that's a sufficient solvent. Yes, you want to stay away from high molecular weight solvents or you'll blow yourself to kingdom come. And water is usually good enough for these things. Yeah.
This has to do with the 5-MeO-DMT. I've heard reports that while I was gone, my body did a very strange thing, waiting for me to come back. Convulsions, jerky, large movements, moving around, uncontrolled. What is this? That's a little frightening to do all those reports.
Well, I've seen people take 5-MeO-DMT and just lie quiet and still. I've also, a surprising number of people vomit, which seems to me not a good sign. I don't know. I mean, there's never been a human response study of 5-MeO-DMT. If you want to read the new human response study on DMT, it's in the latest journal of neuropharmacology. A 20-page review article, fascinating stuff. But this twitching that goes on, the presentation that people give on DMT can vary widely. I told you about the lady who had the full body orgasm. That was definitely, I've only seen that once, but I have seen people do squirm, they do moan. Some people yell like crazy, which is very disconcerting. I mean, it presents you, the facilitator, with this crazy problem, because here they are howling to meet the band, and you don't know whether you should say, please stop, or you don't want to interfere with their thing, but you're thinking, if somebody comes to the front door, can I pass this off as sex, or what is going on? People do carry on, and I suppose I'm the worst of all, because when I do it, I have come, it didn't used to be this way, but now I almost always pass over into glossolalia and just spontaneously articulate this language-like phenomenon. I can't stop myself. It's so sensual or orgasmic to do it that it just seems the natural. But people watching it, it's alarming to people. I mean, when I did it this morning, I do it briefly and it has a humorous intent, but if you're in the presence of it for 5 minutes, it begins to raise certain questions that are disquieting. You know what I mean? I'm sure you do. Yeah. Oh, it's not been released on CD.
Yeah.
The CD they were selling last night called Alien Dreamtime, I think cut 4 is me doing glossolalia for about 600 people, backed by didgeridoo and synthesizer last February at the Paradise Lounge in San Francisco. Of course. There's one left, folks. No pushing, please. Yeah. Is DMT legal? I'm not sure. There's this thing which exists called the International Convention on Narcotics that the UN holds the signatories to, and I'm not sure what the status is. I mean, ayahuasca is legal in Brazil. Ayahuasca runs on DMT. I know of certain medical preparations that are sold over the counter in Mexico that have high concentrations of DMT, but whether or not you could just simply sell pure crystalline DMT in a foreign country and have it be legal, I don't really know. I imagine not, or there would be more DMT around. Yeah. You could for an ayahuasca analog. You could, yes. I'll tell you what it is. I can't remember what it's called. It's some 11-syllable word like chihaxhuaxhuatl or something like that. But it's for burns. And it's a brown powder, and it's made from the roots of Mimosa hostiles, which is traditionally listed as a DMT source in the pharmacopoeias. So that is a possibility. Yeah. Here, let's get in that. 5-methoxy DMT, 5-methoxy dimethyltryptamine. Yeah. Well, maybe you should hold for something. No, well, I used to, in the 60s and 70s, I was very keen to prolong DMT trips. And one strategy that we hit on was to smoke it at the height of LSD flashes. Now this seems to me somewhat reckless and hairy-chested, but on the other hand, many of you are not. So, and it does prolong it. It does change it. I mean, some of you have heard me tell this story. I was in Berkeley one Thanksgiving and I was the manager of a rooming house, and everybody had gone home for Thanksgiving, and I took LSD, and then at the height of the trip, I smoked DMT, and it went on and on and on. It was very exfoliated and extensive, and right at the extended peak of it, this woman that I rented to, who I thought had gone home to Missouri for Christmas, arrived by cab and came charging up the front steps of the house, let herself into the front door, and ran around and started beating on my bedroom door. Well, I'm the kind of person that if I'm 600 miles up a jungle river and I'm smoking a bomber and I hear a leaf fall, I immediately hide the door and see what's going on. So, her beating on the door, I like had a heart attack or something, and I jumped up off the bed in the middle of this DMT flash, and I like landed on my feet, and when I looked around, I realized that I had dragged these things with me into the space, and I had an elf hanging off each hand, and they were ricocheting off the walls, and it was just like complete horror and disbelief, and the most dramatic thing that was going on was there was this weird sheen hovering in the air of my room with a kind of faceted top on it, and it was ratcheting around. It was making this loud metallic click, like click, click, and every time it would do that, a triangular shaped piece of plastic would be ejected from it and sail across the room, and I noticed they had alien letters on them, and these plastic chips are ricocheting off the wall and landing on the floor, and I staggered to the door of my room, and I pulled it open, and I said something in Martian to this woman, closed the door and ran back to the bed and literally put my head under the covers and just lay there breathing and let it become an eyes closed trip, and then watched it slowly fade, and then just lay there for a long, long time. So I guess the answer is it gets highly anomalous, highly unpredictable. When you combine drugs, it's what's called a synergy, and nobody. These things are completely unexplored. I mean, it's hard enough to say what LSD and psilocybin does when you start talking about how, well, we started out with 4 ounces of Robitussin, and then we moved into a little vitamin K, and after that, they passed around the mushrooms. And then you say, how was it? You say, hey, it was far out. No question about it, but I don't know if the rest of us can ever giggle our way back there. Inhibiting MAO and smoking DMT is the way to extend it, but boy, you better have your chops together. I mean, it's like deep diving on the reef at night, and everything. Ketamine, it's a dissociative anesthetic used in veterinary medicine. I'm not terribly keen on it. It fails all the tests I laid out for you. It doesn't occur in a plant. It doesn't have a history of use by native peoples, and it doesn't occur as a neurotransmitter. Still, I will have to say, it gets you more stoned than almost anything else. It gets you so stoned that you lose the concept of stone, which is a strange experience where you say, what is this? And then there's no answer. And then later you say, it's a drug. You say, oh, it's a drug. I got it. Now I remember. I'm lying on the floor of somebody's apartment. I'm a human being. I'm having a psychedelic trip. This is the trip. Now I understand. And then you can sort of get hold of it. But it's, there are some strikes against it. There's some evidence that it triggers epileptic kindling. That means lowers your threshold for seizure. There's also some evidence that it lowers your immune response, which God knows that's the last thing most of us need at this point. I found it very hard to bring much out of it, but it does have its enthusiasts, and they're very vocal. Again, this is just a matter of taste, what you like and what you don't. Yeah.
The emergence of psychoneurotic as a sort of side people. What impact do you think this has on quality neurologic axis, neurologic axis, and is there data?
I'm sure there's no data because I'm sure it hasn't been looked at. I think that the place where natural laws might break down is inside the human body, because the human mind is such a peculiar adumbration of natural law. I am a rationalist, actually. I mean, my opinions are based on, I'm not, I am a rationalist, and I'm a show-me kind of guy, and I don't believe in miracles. Nevertheless, I have seen things which suggest that language is primary, and reality is secondary, and that there are ways to make the world be what you want it to be. As an example of what I'm talking about, I am aware of a situation, a person who was a psychotherapist, MD, and had been injured in an accident that had left an arm paralyzed, and was suing somebody over this accident. And consequently, there was a huge amount of medical data before the court about this injury, x-rays and expert testimony and so forth, and everybody agreed this guy would never regain the use of this arm. And in 6 sessions of smoking DMT, he was able to regain complete use of the arm and dropped the suit and went on with his life. It could have been done with holy water from Lourdes. I'm aware of that. But it's just anecdotal data that suggests that mind is primary, especially in the matter of health, when we're talking about moving energy fields around inside the body. And I have heard stories. You hear stories, but you just don't know what to believe, I heard a story about somebody wounding themselves with a machete and taking a substantial hit of LSD, and basically just zipping it shut with the gesture of the hand. But unless you see it, if it contravenes reason, I don't think you want to believe it. You don't say it doesn't happen. You just say, I wasn't there. Yeah. Ibogaine is the 4th item on my list of exciting developments. Ibogaine. Ibogaine is an alkaloid, a hallucinogen, an indole, an authentic member of the family, about which very little is known. It comes from the root bark of an African tree and is the basis of a religion in Gabon and Cameroon and the Congo called Bwiti, where the style of taking it is very similar to the approach to ayahuasca in the Amazon. You could almost say it's an African equivalent, folk analog to ayahuasca. It is also rumored to be an aphrodisiac, a true aphrodisiac, meaning that most things which are said to be aphrodisiacs are in fact either cause prolonged erection or genital itching or something like that. In other words, they're somewhat peripheral to the real sexual response. Ibogaine is very interesting because if you're in a non-sexual context and you take it, sex is not an issue. But if you are in a situation where making love is an option, then this stuff is deep water and opens up ahead of you and is an extraordinary enhancer of performance and perception. But that's not what is so interesting all of a sudden. What's so interesting is that a number of people are going around claiming that if you predose rats addicted to heroin with ibogaine, that they lose all interest in heroin. And this same response seems to be true for cocaine. And anecdotally, it seems to be true for human beings. And so NIDA, the National Institute for Drug Abuse, has recently funded a multi-million-dollar study of ibogaine as a possible cure for hard drug addiction. I love this notion that you could cure hard drug addiction with, of course, a drug. It had to be addictive. So we'll see where this leads. In any case, you should know, since probably few of us have a heroin problem, that this is a great hallucinogen and a great enhancer of sex, and very little is known about it. The usage of it in Africa is even not well understood because there is no record of it being used before 1860. And yet the areas of Africa where it's indigenous, the Portuguese have been in there since the 1430s. So just suddenly, in the late 19th century, this thing like emerges de novo. So that's very interesting. And it needs to be studied, and its structural near relatives need to be studied. The amount of human pain and misery that could be alleviated if we would fairly meet the challenge that these plants present us. I mean, we have cures for depression, impotence, mood swings, all of the psychological tattering that we're subject to could potentially be corrected through psychoactive drugs, and yet we're not looking at this. Drug companies are fearful. Commercial and market forces mitigate against it. People are miserable. As an example, along the lines of ibogaine, but in another part of the world, in Thailand, there's a plant called Mitragyna speciosa, and it's been known for a couple of hundred years that people in Thailand who are addicted to opium, peasants, country people, take this plant to get off opium addiction. Well, it's called kratom in Thailand. Well, none of us have ever heard of it. But if you go to Thailand and ask about it, they say, oh, terrible, very addicting, will completely ruin your life. We have a national program to eradicate this tree. It's very highly illegal. Well, isn't it peculiar that this government, which is reaping multi-billion-dollar benefits from the heroin trade, is just frantically interested in wiping out this terrible menace, Mitragyna speciosa tree? Very bizarre. Yeah.
Knew what's going on, and 5 days later, the guy had to be brought to the hospital and how do you go back to that? Still, it's not
From a heavy ibogaine trip.
right.
Well, I'm not sure that the LD50 in human beings has ever been determined. It's probably known for rats. Not very much is known about ibogaine. The way it's done in Gabon is they say that the elitists, the practitioners of this religion, that you have to split open your head with it, and they force feed people huge amounts of this ground root bark, and people do die. But I don't know why they think that they have to take so much. They say once you open your head, you never have to take that much again. One thing you have to do, I mean, and this may seem contradictory, but you have to take what everybody says with a grain of salt. Even the shaman, even the upriver people. I mean, I've experimented with ibogaine, and my approach was completely rational. I just kept taking larger and larger doses until I could feel it. And I found it to be an extraordinarily interesting and fairly easy compound to take. In other words, what's going on with it that seemed to me to make it different from others is, and I think this ties into the so-called aphrodisiac part, is you feel more comfortable than you've ever felt in your life. Whatever the word comfortable means to you, this stuff makes you comfortable. And that gives you an extraordinary ease and fluidity and gentleness and like that. But just because somebody is an African tribe doesn't mean they can't be tweaked or bent by the forces of cultural history. So that's why it's good, I think, to use pharmacological approaches and to use the ethnographic data to check where you are, but to basically, I was thinking this morning as I brushed my teeth, for some reason I was thinking, whenever possible, we should believe science. It's just that we should admit that it's not always possible. But on minor matters, on these kinds of matters, science is a reliable indicator. Dosages, LD50s, this is the sort of stuff where they shine. It's when we try and get the implications together that science fails. Yeah.
The books I've read, experience we had very much affected by the person that did it and how they look at it. How do you feel about this?
That's an interesting question. Yes, it raises a whole bunch of issues. Let me lay this out here. Many things that we've talked about here, like mushrooms, ibogaine, peyote, morning glory seeds, these are naturally occurring hallucinogens that you simply grind up and take. And then whatever happens, happens. Remember I said this morning that ayahuasca was a combination of two plants, one to inhibit the MAO, the other to provide a psychedelic compound for the trip. What I'm describing there is not then a plant exactly, but a drug in the sense of a preparation. It was made by somebody. It didn't grow in the jungle. The materials grew in the jungle, but it was made by somebody. And how well or poorly they make it is going to determine how good it is. And so then we come to the question you asked, the question about what about non-traditional brewing of ayahuasca? Here again, this is how I rely on science. It is not simply true that the most primitive, most bare-assed, most upriver people are the ones you can trust. That's actually a kind of racism, an unconscious form of racism. The shaman that you're looking for may be a naked Indian, but it well could be a mestizo living on the edge of a huge city in the Amazon. It is not necessarily the most primitive level of culture where the highest level of understanding resides. I've taken ayahuasca all over the Amazon, and it's different every time. And it's different because the people make it differently. And there are many dimensions to this problem. I mean, imagine, here's what you've got. You've got a bottle of brown liquid that it's taken you 12 hours to make, and it's worth 120 soles, let's say. Well, now if you cut it with water, 50%, You now have 2 bottles of brown liquid, each worth 120 soles. The temptation to water it is great. Also, just like here, there are a lot of people who are into shuck and jive. There are a lot of ayahuasqueros whose goal, I think, is to get just a little bit buzzed. They're not really going for the gold, you know. They really don't want the reality of liberating experience. So you have to sort all this out. And quite frankly, you know, unless you're very well connected, you'll drink a lot of swill before you hit the main thing. I certainly did. And then once I came out of the Amazon and to a place where I could work on the problem of ayahuasca in a legal environment, my farm in Paraguay, I had the shaman's recipes, but I proceeded as though I didn't. I just started making it stronger and stronger and stronger until I got it the way I wanted it, and manipulating both components. And when I got it exactly the way I wanted it, then I brewed it according to the shaman's recipe, and then I compared them and saw that they were roughly equivalent. But the guides that I learned to make ayahuasca from really made his stuff stiff, and so I was able to duplicate that. Some of you may know the books of Manuel Cordova Rios, or the books of Bruce Lamb about Manuel Cordova Rios. In the Rio Tigre and beyond, there's story details about going out collecting rosewood oil, which is something you have to go way into the jungle to get. It's probably an ecological atrocity to collect it at all, but let's leave that out of the picture for a minute. Anyway, they were collecting rosewood oil and came upon some very uncontacted people who invited them to take ayahuasca with them. And they did, and it was garbage. And after the whole thing was over with, he said, you guys don't know what you're doing. Let me show you how I make it. And he made it for them, and they were ready to enshrine him as a cultural benefactor. So, my God, 10,000 years we've been doing it wrong. You showed us the right way. So you never know who knows. Yeah. That's an interesting family to talk about. This is a slightly different chemical group. The question is about the Solanaceae, which are the Daturas, the Brugmansias, the arborescent Daturas with the big pendulous hanging flowers that are used by landscapers. These plants are saturated with a family of chemicals called terpenes. Hyoscyamine, L-hyoscyamine, scopolamine, the Nazi truth serum, all of these things are in these. And those of you who have read the early books of Carlos Castaneda, there's a lot in there about Jimson weed. This, well, these are not indoles. These are terpenes. And they are psychoactive and interesting. I don't know how much is to be learned there. It seems to me it's a path of power, and it's also a path of danger. They're quite peculiar, and it's hard to keep control. It's the drug where people invariably tear their clothes off and run into public. I mean, I don't know why they do that, but just over and over again, you hear stories of people taking their clothes off and then going into public. My period of Datura experimentation is somewhat in the past. In Nepal, there is Datura metal, which is the conspecific species to Datura metalloides in North America. And we would grind it up and take the seeds, and it's freaky. It doesn't teach you about higher consciousness. It sort of leads you into a world of twilight confusion and magical, somewhat demonic forces. As an example, I mean, here's what happened to me. I took this stuff and I was sitting alone in my room at Bodna, and there's this, you're waiting, right? You're waiting for this drug to work, and then it's like it's not working, it's not working, it's not working, and then you fall into some kind of weird reverie where you've like taken your attention away from the problem of the drug working, and you fall into a kind of twilight sleep. And what happened to me was these strange wraith-like forms, almost like Victorian ghosts. These wraith-like forms were flowing in through the window, vaguely female, and each one was carrying a large sheet of newsprint. And as my head would fall into my lap, these pieces of newsprint would float down into my lap, and I would find myself reading words. And as I read the words, amazement would begin to take hold in my mind, and it would cause me to jerk out of this state, and then there would be nothing going on. Saying, it's not working. What is that? Then I would fall back. It would happen again. The other thing then, later in the trip that happened was, and this was a little more disconcerting, I would like briefly lose consciousness and then come to and discover that I'd thrown my leg up around my neck and I had my arm, and I was into one of these trips, say, okay, very carefully uncoil yourself and lay back down on the mat, and then 5 minutes later it would happen again. And this maybe happened 10 times. And I thought to myself, boy, I'm sure glad there's nobody here to see this, because this is exactly the sort of thing that gets people riled up and they assume you're dying and that something has to be done, where if you're alone, you either come through it or you die. But if in any case you avoid a fuss. And then the other thing that was interesting, and this is a typical tourist story, you always hear these kinds of stories, was I was neighbors with an English guy, and to get to the John, you had to go through his bedroom. And he had also decided to take the tour that night. And though he and I were friends, we both had an interest in this French woman with a ring in her nose named Angelique. So finally I had to go to the John. So I walked into Dave's room, and as I passed the bed, I saw that he was actually in bed with this girl. And this caused a complex emotion in me. But I went forward and I went to the John and took care of all that. And then when I came back through, there they were again. So then I went back to my room and finished off the trip. And the next morning, when he and I were comparing notes, I said, well, Dave, it looks like you edged me out in the matter of Angelica, because I saw you last night. And he said, yes, I thought we made love for hours, but she wasn't there at all. And so it was a very weird situation. I saw his hallucination. We were existing in some kind of space where you couldn't tell shit from shinola, essentially. And then what finally convinced me to lay this all aside after the Angelica incident was there was another English guy in this village, and he was also taking Datura a lot. And every day I would shop for potatoes and tomatoes, the only two things you could buy in this village. So I was out doing that, and I came upon this guy, and we're talking, the gossip of the village. And as I'm talking to him, I slowly realized that he thinks I'm visiting him in his apartment. He thinks we're 5 blocks away and 3 floors up in his room. And we were actually down in the marketplace buying potatoes and tomatoes. And at that point I said, this is getting too boundaryless and wiggy and peculiar, and I will just fold the Datura effort at this time. So that was the tourist story. A lot of sorcery goes on around the tour, especially in Latin America. And there may be ways to approach it which are not so risky. I mean, some people say the way to do it is simply grow the plant near your bedroom window so that you can breathe that heavy perfume as you sleep, and that it will cause dreams. Other people say, you don't take it internally. My God, it's too strong for that. What you do is you take the leaves or the flowers and you make a paste and you rub it on your third eye before you go to sleep, and then you just lie there and let it absorb. But it's a strange world, a world of shadows, forces, and shifting boundaries, and uncertain. You never know exactly where you're at with that stuff. Yeah.
You think that really the mushrooms are pretty gentle, and folks have done them a lot. And I just wanted to ask you, that time that I did mushrooms, they were a lot of fun, the first third of the experience. And then last 2/3 was like entering this great area of hollowness that was so empty. The only way I can describe it is that I can experience what it feels like to live in the absence of love. It's awful. It's so awful. And so I'm trying to decide whether somebody can possibly put something into the mushrooms.
Well, I don't know. It has a spectrum of possibility that's vast. And you know what they say, you don't get what you want, you get what you need. I mean, I don't know why anyone would need the trip that you described. The way I approach it is cannabis is an incredible navigation tool. And I described having these bombers rolled and in front of me. Those are essentially retro rockets for navigating up there. And when I get into a place I don't like, I just blast away and blast through it. And there are places I don't like that I counter almost every time. I mean, there's a place in mushrooms that I call the meat locker. And it has me always reaching for the joint. I mean, it's like being trapped inside Francis Bacon's refrigerator or something. Something you don't even want to think about. The other thing is, and this is excellent advice, especially for white people, is sing. Sing. What we have a tendency to do when the going gets rough on psychedelics is to clench, to put your head down in your lap and say, if it only lasts an hour, I can live through it if it doesn't get any worse. This is not the way to meet it when it goes dark. The way to meet it when it goes dark is to pull yourself up, sit in full lotus, and begin to sing, and begin to push oxygen through your body, and begin to chant, and take hold of the energy, take responsibility for the space, and behind chanting and cannabis, you can find your way past almost anything.
I heard your takes of down Mexico the past few months, and you mentioned that Don Fidel was Unspeakable, and he had mentioned that big power of ayahuasca, the medicine, is where the big trees grow. I was wondering what that is, and then also other ayahuasqueros that do more than this might all be Unspeakable. They might be more than the source.
Yes, well, there's a poet in Peru named Cesar Calvo, and he wrote a book a few years ago called The Three Halves of Emo Mosho. And Ken Symington, who some of you know, I think, has translated this and is dickering with inner traditions to publish it. And it is the most amazing book about ayahuasca that I've ever read. I mean, I think Cesar Calvo is a candidate for the Nobel Prize because besides the fact that it's about ayahuasca, it's literature. It's not this horrible namby-pamby New Age narrative stuff. It's real literature. And what he does is he carries you into the world of the ayahuasqueros. And these guys are cosmic clowns. I mean, they're part of a network that stretches through time and space from who knows where to who knows where. They're cosmic jokesters. And he makes it very real. It's the best thing about ayahuasca I've seen, and I hope it comes out. I think, the way Don Fidel functioned, and this is what shamanism is about, is we tend to think of it as being this great-souled explorer of the unconscious. That's part of it. But the primary function of a shaman in a traditional society is to cure. They cure. And, make of it what you will. You can read 12,000 pages of Carlos Castaneda and nobody cures anybody of anything. It doesn't seem to be about that. But shamanism at the village level is about curing. And then the extraordinary power of the shaman comes because he's outside the set of cultural values. Everyone else is living inside the illusion of Witoto-ness or Bora-ness or something like that. The shaman is a sophisticate. The shaman is primarily simply a human being because he has dissolved his boundaries so much that he sees under the cultural wiring of the particular culture that is in. That's how you do magic. You do magic by being able to step outside the set of cultural expectations of the people that you are doing the magic for. Where was it? Did I say last night in the talk the thing about St. Thomas Aquinas and all that? Oh, here's a perfect example of what I'm talking about, being able to do magic by stepping outside of a set of cultural expectations. Thomas Aquinas, this great doctor of the church, St. Augustine, also great doctor of the church, to prove his saintliness, they would come to him with books of theology. People wanted to test his sanctity, and they would open the book in front of him, let him look at it for a few minutes, and then close the book. And lo and behold, he could tell people what was written in the book. And people fell down dead in the presence of this. They couldn't believe it. He was apparently the only man in Europe who knew how to read silently. That was the essence of his magic. Everyone else in Europe, presented with a page of scripture, would have to say, okay, here's what it says. He could go, all right, here's what it says. And people were knocked off their feet by this performance. Magic. Because he had deconditioned himself from the cultural values, and so he could do something that appeared miraculous, but was in fact utterly trivial. And a lot of shamanism rests on this. Shamanism is essentially sophistication. That's why, in a sense, and people hate to hear me say this, but it's one of my favorites, shamanism is a variety of skepticism. Shamans don't believe things. Shamans propagate beliefs. They understand the provisional nature of belief. They build castles in the air of language that other people assume to be ferroconcrete and steel. And this is a great talent, a great thing. Yeah.
I heard a report, and I hope you can confirm it or deny it, about a conference of which Sasha Shulgin and you were attending with an FDA representative. And Sasha was asking why the hallucinogens weren't rescheduled. And the reports were that the FDA representative said that they were suggesting that they be rescheduled. First of all, did this really take place? And second of all, what the what do you see before us in terms of rescheduling for research on the hallucinogens? Is there any light at the end of that particular funnel?
Well, first of all, the incident you described, if it happened, I wasn't there. I haven't been at a conference with Sasha since the ITA conference in Prague 2.5 years ago, and certainly nothing like that happened there. Rescheduling? I don't know. It's such a complex question. I mean, see, we think, or some of us think, that if we could just convince them that these things are important and good, that they would reschedule them. That's preposterous. They know what they are. They're perfectly aware of what it is. These scheduling laws are not there to keep you from jumping out of third-story windows. The whole thing is a little more complicated than that. Drugs are an incredible source of money for clandestine and covert intelligence operations. They are, in fact, the last major source of money. Where are you going to get a quick $1 billion if you need to destabilize a Southeast Asian country? It's not easy to push together a quick $1 billion off the books. There's only one business in the world that can do that, the dope business. And, criminal syndicalism, both government-sponsored and self-organized, has been using drugs as a foil for a very long time. If we were to make drugs legal, the major consequence of that, from the point of view of the people who rule this planet, is that it would be very hard to finance clandestine covert operations to influence the course of governments in history. It turns out it has nothing to do with what drugs do to you. It turns out it's a money issue, you see. So I don't really see it changing.
You got a red light flashing up there.
It's a fire light. Well, there's the door. Please don't trample it. What was that sound, by the way? What?
Reverb.
Reverb. Yeah.
What are your experiences of extreme, like extreme terror, and then real positive living, like you could share with people?
Well, the thing about ayahuasca that is so remarkable, I mean, each one of these substances has something about it that's remarkable. The thing that's so remarkable about ayahuasca is that it causes a synesthesia. It allows you to see sound. And this relates to what I was talking about this morning about visual languages. When you sing on ayahuasca, you're in a paint program of some sort. I mean, you make a tone. It's an iridescent blue ribbon that descends in the darkness and hangs there in the air. You switch tone and you can lay down a chartreuse line right next to it. Then you start singing. Okay. And as you explore what you can do, it's all visual. The sound is carrying the visual impression, and other people are seeing this, and we have to do some experiments to determine exactly what they're seeing. But everyone is carried along. It's a performance. As far as my own personal experiences with it, and the heights and the depths, if you make it strong with a lot of tryptophan, it comes in a way that is pretty irresistible. I think the strongest I ever saw it, I just felt it began to flow past me. And then it began to flow past faster and faster. And finally, I actually began to feel it like a wind. And I felt like I was swept out to sea. And there was a period when I lost consciousness. And when I came to, I had, I felt literally washed up on the beach. I could feel that I was lying on the beach, and I could feel that my face was pushed into the sand, and I just lay there quietly, assessing whether or not I'd survived the first wave of this thing. And then I heard this crunching in the sand behind me. Someone came up behind me and put their foot in the middle of my back and pushed me further into the sand. And then the whole impression was replaced by something else. But it was a very weird kind of encounter. Mainly what ayahuasca is are beautiful hallucinations going on against black backgrounds. Psilocybin hallucinations and DMT hallucinations fill the space. It's filled with hallucinations. On ayahuasca, the hallucinations are projected onto the black space, and it's incredibly subtle. I mean, the colors, the palette can range from, extraordinary electric polychrome type colors down through, exquisite pastels, peaches, salmons, mauve, this kind of thing, lace work, languages, hieroglyphs. I had one ayahuasca trip where I seemed to be in the Great Pyramid, and all I could see were black Egyptian hieroglyphics on a gold ground, and light, like flashlight light, showing these things to me as I was walking past. The difference generally, I think, between ayahuasca and psilocybin is the mushroom is somewhat megalomaniacal. It's all about the end of human history, the collective departure from the earth, enormous machines from another dimension, galactic destiny, trumpet fanfares, the last days, the liftoff, the breakthrough. It's like that. Ayahuasca is not like that at all. Ayahuasca is about rivers and animals and birth and death and affection and social tension and struggle and the earth, simply. I mean, and it's extraordinary because they're so chemically similar, and yet the emotional feeling is very, very different. I mean, the psilocybin is the most science fiction, but with the possible exception of DMT, which sort of lies outside categories. But the psilocybin is very, very futuristic and apocalyptarian, mechanistic, galactic in its perspective, these alien messages and hieroglyphs and this sort of thing. And ayahuasca is more like what I think people who have never taken hallucinogens think hallucinogens are like. In other words, beautiful, undulating patterns, emotions moving through you, revelations of heartfulness, resolutions to be a better person, to do better, and insight into your own life, your plans, not the kind of abrasive insight that LSD gives you, which is usually about recovering, oh my God, X, Y, and Z happened to me in the past, but more, where do I want to be, and who do I want to be, and who do I want to be with, kind of thinking. And the mushroom, as I say, has a much more general, it tells you things. Ayahuasca is like the eye of a It's everywhere. It's everywhere. It's just a flying camera. And after a good ayahuasca trip, you just feel like your eyes are bugging out of your head. And you've been looking at stuff for hours under the influence of this. So it's a very different. Well, I'm pretty partial to eyes closed. I guess this just has to do with my personal biases and how I was raised. But to me, the proof that you are not dealing with yourself is the hallucinations. I know the contents of my mind, and I know what I can conceive of and what I cannot conceive of. And when I'm sitting there in silent darkness being showed thing after thing that I could never conceive of, I freely admit this can't possibly be coming from me. So, and a lot of people have argued with me about this and say, you just set up this artificial value system, and then because you're into hallucinations, you diss everybody else's trip. Because, for instance, what LSD often does is it makes you think strange things. The mind rushes, and there's all kinds of ideas, perceptions, but not exactly visions. And to my mind, I'm just fascinated by hallucinations. I just think they're the most amazing things. They are as close to a miracle as I ever hope to get. I mean, where is that stuff coming from? On a good mushroom rush, in 45 or 50 minutes, I have the impression that I see more art than the human species has created in the last 12,000 years. And where does this stuff come from? If I could capture a single 30-second burst, I could be Peter Max, Yves Saint Laurent, Salvador Dali, Pablo Picasso, and all the rest of them rolled into one. Because the amount of creative imagery is staggering. And as artists, I think this is what we should all be challenged by. I would like graphic artists to go in there. These are the people we need to send. These are the people with a unique talent that can serve the rest of us. We can't send instruments with cameras the way we would to Mars or the moons of Jupiter. No, we have to send artists preferably with eidetic memories, who can take snapshots and come back and with airbrush, oil, and computer render these things. We need to try and create a grammar of hallucinogenesis, probably in a computer environment. We need to try and understand what the laws are that rule these visual transforms. Because this is an endless font of images for design and, God forbid, fashion, advertising, the whole thing. I mean, clearly we are dragging images out of the unconscious, but I dare say if we could access the psychedelic unconscious, there would be few rooms around that look like this one. This is a room created out of the assumptions of linear print culture and Bauhaus economics. But there are other ways to do it, and that's what the hallucinogens make so explicit. Yeah. Sure. That's fine. Let's take a break. It's 3:40. Let's take a 20-minute break. Circuit all these questions. Where are we in all that? Does anybody have something they want to carry forward with from the break? Yeah.
Do you think that some of the LSD practices can have any effect on physical reality?
Well, imagine if we could see what we need. I mean, in other words, imagine if we could clean up the process of communication so that there was much less ambiguity among us. The whole problem of the human dilemma is a communication problem. We can't feel what we're doing. We can't communicate. with each other. If psychedelics facilitated that, they would have as big an impact on the way we do things as the invention of language originally had on the way we do things. Language is a very mysterious phenomenon. We take it for granted, but we don't have a theory of language. Linguistics is largely descriptive. It's the most complicated thing we ever learned to do, and most of us know how to do it pretty well by age 6. It's also a behavior. I mean, in other words, you don't have to have a special organ for language. It's a behavior. It's something that we learn to do, and as I mentioned at some point in this whole thing, some people think it's less than 35,000 years old. I think it is the clearest proof that that there is some kind of intercession by spirit in the animal world. I don't see language clearly arising upon a foundation of biology. It seems to me it's more like a descent from above into the animal body, and it clearly is the vehicle of consciousness. I mean, consciousness is language. Yeah. Yes. Like a virus. Well, I remember that wasn't the first time, the second time I took LSD, the entire trip was about this perception, as I put it at the time, and this was more than 30 years ago, I guess. Language is an animal. Language is a living thing in which we're all inside it. Words are, somebody said to me recently after coming down from the DMT trip, they said, what I saw on the other side, I saw the elves, I saw what they were doing. It's a word factory over there. That's where the words are made, and then they're exported into this dimension. Essentially, we're consumers of words sold by elfin traders from hyperspace, and they're selling us words as fast as we can consume them. There is something very, very mysterious and powerful and psychedelic about language. I mean, language is thought. We have telepathy. I'm speaking, my thoughts are being reconstructed in your head. Our telepathy uses an acoustical carrier wave to transmit it across space, but it's quite magical and mysterious. And the way in which, simple speech is one thing, but complex speech is quite another. I mean, I always have the feeling on psychedelics that there's a conversation wanting to be had, that if we could have that conversation, that would finish it. The act of rational apprehension is an act of conversational breakthrough of some sort. Yeah.
On LSD and mushrooms from my life sometimes I've sat in hills and caves and owned intimate feeling very one with sound and connected. But the last time I took ayahuasca, I had never tried any singing. I always listened to the person who sang. But this night, in California, I just started feeling something. And I felt more joy in my life in that moment than I ever felt. Because the sounds became alive with it, and it came out of it really well. But it was near the end, and it makes me know that getting into that sound is really
Oh, it's a pure ecstasy. And I mean, you amaze yourself. I mean, I become Indian on psilocybin, and I'm usually alone, and I just sing and sing and sing. I remember years ago, I had a mushroom trip, and I sang, and I had taken it, but my wife was sleeping upstairs, and I began singing at some point in this trip. And so loudly and with such power and precision that I assumed she would just be astonished by what was going on. Sang for an hour and a half or so. She slept through every single bit of it. But it was, there are no words to tell. I mean, we can sing the song the sirens sang. You know, you can become your own siren in that case. It's quite magical. Wave interference patterns, acoustical transduction of energy through sound. This is all what was being manipulated in True Hallucinations. If you have read that book, I mean, it's basically pointing toward an alchemy of sound, an alchemy of the condensation of sound into light and vision. Yeah.
I want to talk about the catalyst, this thing that every sound is a live entity. You know how to command them or how them or use their way, then you can transform reality like right away. You think that there's things in that direction?
Yeah, well, it's interesting you mentioned that in both Hebrew mysticism and in mantra yoga, there is this doctrine not only of sound but of the letters, this mysterious nature of the letters. I mean, what are letters? They are signifiers of sound. And what is sound? Vibration. Well, you know, it's claimed that there are yogins that can ignite fires with chants and this sort of thing. I have no problem believing all of this. I mean, I think that this is an area where science has been somewhat remiss and that we need to go back through and look at all of this. They use now in pharmacology, acoustical driving of chemical reactions is a whole sub-study of chemistry. Photonically, what am I trying to say here? Audially synergized chemical reactions. I mean, sound is a way of moving energy around, and it's also a way of moving energy into the body, because the surface of the body doesn't really present a significant barrier to sound. So it's a very non-invasive way. I think there are potential therapies and healing techniques to be evolved out of this that we have not even gotten close to, because we have a lot of prejudices about exactly what is effective and what is not.
What is toning?
The art of toning, or the Mongolian overtonal chanting that's done, or mantrayana, or the Icaros of the ayahuasqueros, or the keening songs of the Sufis, or there are all kinds of examples of this sort of thing. I discovered singing on psilocybin, and I'm sure that opera singers know this, that when you sing and sing, finally you seem to be just hanging from the tone. The tone seems to be all there is, and you're literally suspended from the tone. This is a very ecstatic condition. Yeah.
What about the glossolalia on DMT experience? Is there some kind of standard applied? I mean, do you come back to the same type of utterances, or can you relate with somebody else who's taking DMT? I mean, it's just unique to you.
No, I've heard other people break into glossolalia on DMT. I don't know. Linguistics is a complicated thing. If you've read Noam Chomsky, you know that there is what are called the 15 rules for the deep structure of a language. Chomsky says that not only all known languages will follow these rules, but all possible languages will follow these rules, because if it doesn't follow these rules, it's not rationally apprehendable. I mean, how is it that we can recognize an infinite number of sentences that we've never heard before? How is it that we can tell sense from nonsense almost instantly, even in areas where we have no real experience? Syntax. It seems to me the world is made of syntax. In some way, that is very slippery. One of the things I think about a fair bit that's sort of hard to articulate, but that comes out of my ruminations on all of this, is I've noticed that life is more like a story than it is like physics and chemistry. That, a rationalist will tell you, well, you live your life and it's ruled by chance and coincidence and you do what you can and then they plant you. But what it really seems to be as lived is like a tale. We are all inside some kind of a literary construction of some sort. And the things that happen to us matter. They matter. And we are all being led towards something. It's like we're all in some enormous Dr. Zhivago-sized novel called, I don't know, the 20th century or something. And things have a plottedness, a design that shouldn't be there if this is really the world of probabilistic atoms flinging themselves through space that science tells us this world is. Why does it seem so much like a work of art?
Sometimes, like we're a mobile broadcasting radio station, and the words that we use are also transmitted telepathically, and it sort of creates this auric field that creates our reality.
Yes, I mean, we all agree, I think, or it's well understood in our circles, that language makes reality. The obvious question then is, so how come the world isn't the way I want it? And this tension between, we make the world, but the world isn't exactly the way we want it to be. And why is that? I'm not sure. As I mentioned last night, I don't think anybody understood what I was talking about, but I said since New Year's I've been trying to figure out if I'm dead or not. That's because the message I'm getting from life is that I'm in heaven. I mean, things are running so smoothly that I wonder, was I struck by lightning late in December and didn't notice or something? And I'm slowly and gently uncovering the fact that I've been dead for weeks. And that explains why things are so much fun and why everything seems to be working so perfectly, because before that it was shit on a stick for a long time. Yeah.
Can you tell me the scale of what was mind when Amazon in the 70s? Hypervisualization.
You mean what was his state of
What things was he saying and how you relate to that at the time?
Well, my impression was, this is a question relating to an adventure that my brother and I had in the Amazon that's described in True Hallucinations. He attempted to do some kind of quasi-scientific, quasi-magical transformation and appeared to the naive observer to go bananas for about 3 weeks. But I maintained that it wasn't that he simply went bananas, but that he went bananas in a very special way. He was turned inside out. So what he said and what he perceived was the absolute reverse of logical expectation. He was running backwards. He had become a living palindrome of some sort. And, all kinds of extraordinary things happen. One of the things that happens with psychedelics that we haven't talked about that is very interesting and suggestive is extraordinary disruptions of synchronicity. I think most people who take psychedelics experience this, and there's no explanation for it at all. And what I mean by that is you take Datura, and while you're in the Datura state, you think of somebody you haven't seen for 5 years, and there's a knock at the door, And there they are. And there are dozens of stories of this kind of thing, of extraordinary distortions of the probabilistic flow of things, as though the perturbed mind was somehow able then to perturb the flow of rational casuistry. That's an indication, that there's a magical power being exercised in a kind of unconscious way, that if you could get control of it, you would probably be hell on wheels in a poker game. Yeah.
Also, sweat.
Yeah, now we're getting down to it. Yes. Well, there is this rumor, or this legend, or whatever you want to call it, in the Amazon, that these ayahuasqueros produce a magical liquid, or a magical, God forbid, phlegm, something that they either cough up or that appears on the surface of their skin that is not strictly matter and not strictly mind, but a kind of alchemical dispensation from the limitations of both, something which is both matter and mind, and that this transdimensional, translinguistic goo is the glue of Amazonian magic, and that, when you spit it into a bowl and spread it out, you can see the past and the future in this stuff. I think I said this morning that the soul is an invisible organ that we can't see. Well, it's almost as though, under the influence of these hallucinogens, the soul becomes a kind of ectoplasmic jello that you can actually expel from your body and hold in your hands and look at. But soul, its ontological status is neither that of mind nor matter. It rests in some intermediate zone. Well, if you say this to a straight scientist, they just check you into the back ward of a state mental hospital. I mean, this is the ratings of a diseased intellect, as far as they're concerned. But the success of shamanic magic and the persistence of these motifs, probably since the late Stone Age, suggests that there's a lot going on that we don't understand. I think human physiology is a great and mysterious frontier. Human sexuality is a great and mysterious frontier that is related to psychedelics in some way. I mean, think about it. The orgasm is not necessary. Many animals don't experience orgasm. Many animals don't even experience physical proximity in the act of procreation. There are fish where the female lays the egg and the male swims past and ejaculates into the water. That's sex for those folks. The fact that the human sexual response is linked to this boundary dissolving pseudo-psychedelic flash of energy that is both physical and mental in the body seems to me extraordinarily suggestive. Sexuality and consciousness are somehow two sides of the same coin. In other words, the fact that we are the most conscious creature on the planet, and give me a break, let's not argue here, and the fact that we are also among the sexiest creatures on the planet, these are related. This isn't simply coincidental. Eros and psychedelic states of mind and the impulse towards civilization are all somehow tied together. And I confess, I don't understand how this works, but on the other hand, I haven't solved all the problems I've set myself in this life. This thing about the relationship of sex to the psychedelic experience is extraordinarily challenging. It's not clear what it means exactly, but the sexual response is linked in our ideological machinery to the concept of love, which is an extraordinarily high dimension concept that we give great credence to. I mean, it's the thing which is supposedly makes us different from the rest of nature, that we have concepts like altruism, self-sacrifice, love, and placing ourselves at the disposal of other members of our species. All of this is a complex that I think points toward our future development. I think our future development is to become more erotic, more conscious, and more psychedelic, and that these things feed into each other in a way that is not particularly easy to understand. Clearly, the emergence of consciousness out of the primates has to do with the generalizing of the sexual response. In other words, in most primates, there's an estrus phase, meaning they go into heat and females can conceive in that situation. But then the rest of the time, there's no interest in sex. It falls away. It's all hormonally regulated and driven. We are the only primate that maintains an interest in sexuality year-round. And obviously, this is somehow linked, I think, to the extraordinary cognitive abilities of human beings. Yeah.
I'm involved in research in the human sexual response and EEG patterns and things like this now. And I've done a complete search of the literature because we're intending to publish a study next month. And I've been astounded at the lack of material in the area of human sexuality, physiology and human sexuality. And I'm wondering if you see analogs and corollaries between our response to human sexuality, our lack of response, and the response to elusiveness.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if sex could be made illegal, it would be. If they could find a way to tear it out of your grasp, they would. I mean, it's not been that long ago since the Catholic Church urged people to undress in darkness so that their bodies would not be an occasion for sinful thoughts. The same anxiety that attends the hallucinogens attends sex, except that they can't figure out a way to separate it from the human experience. So they fence it in with, ideas like marriage, monogamy, so forth and so on. They can't get rid of it, so they try to diminish its role. The French call orgasm the little death. That's a clear indicator of the kind of anxiety that the dominator mentality brings to even the most pleasurable of human activities. It's felt to be threatening. The whole way in which male dominator psychology relates to women is women are a strange combination of attractive and repellent, because the physiological response is to push you toward having sex. But if that impulse is carried to its completion, there will be this moment of loss of control. There will be, if it works, this moment of necessary surrender and boundary dissolution. And the dominator's psyche, male or female, is very anxious about that. And the number of people in our society who find it difficult to achieve orgasm, I think, is because our society has placed an enormous premium on never losing control. I'm amazed how rarely you hear people making love. I mean, look at how closely packed we are. And yet, if you hear somebody yelling in orgasm, it's a cause for comment and amusement, because we are incredibly suppressed in our expression of the sexual response, even though we do it. we many times don't do it right. I'm often reminded of the joke about the guy who went to the psychiatrist and said, "Doctor, I think sex is filthy." He said, "Well, it is if you're doing it right." Yes, over here. You.
That brings me to the point of wondering why our society isn't focusing on educating and developing the male as well as the female, on keeping the psychedelics as well as the sexual education more sacred.
Well, I think it's because the society is run by people who don't know what you're talking about. The society is basically run on a very conservative agenda. We are not responding to the crisis. I said this last night. The response to the global crisis is spin doctoring and issuing of phony statistics. Everybody knows that we are destroying the planet, and yet, all this running around honking about free trade. What do people think free trade is other than the right to peddle junk everywhere? That's what free trade is. Free trade is the right to bring CNN to Turkmenistan. Free trade is the right to sell Hondas in Swaziland. It's a complete cultural level, and and yet to take a position against free trade is thought to be terribly recidivist and unenlightened. I think trade should be as difficult as possible. I think it should be very, very hard to move objects across borders, and there should be a de-emphasis on the manufacturing and fabricating of synthetic objects. When you look at capitalism, there are only two things you can do with it. You can either junk it as toxic, fatal, and anti-human, or the products of capitalism must become virtual. If products were made of light rather than matter, it might be possible to save capitalism. But as long as capitalism is the dealing of physical objects, it's a knife poised at the heart of the earth. And the situation is getting worse because through the spread of a drug, television, we have now raised middle class expectations in the hearts of millions and millions and millions of people in the cities of Asia and Africa. People are watching Dynasty and all this, and they want it. And what do you say to them? You have it. You say you can't have it? It's impossible. So I think that the whole struggle between capitalism and communism was a shell game and a sham. And that the real struggle ideologically is between capitalism and ecological values that want to preserve the earth. There are two kinds of people: those who don't give a fig for saving the earth, and those who want to save the earth. Now, the people who want to destroy the earth, they have the armies, the engines of propaganda, they own the corporations, the stock, everything. You would think it would be no contest, that they're just going to win. The only fly in the ointment is, if they win, everybody dies. And they know that. They know that. I mean, you think you're concerned about the earth. Imagine if you had the illusion that you own the damn thing, how concerned you would be. And in the boardrooms of these Fortune 500 corporations, that's the illusion. They think it's their planet. And when they look at the state of their planet, their investment, it's falling to pieces. It's running down. It's being used up. I don't know if we can put the brakes on fast enough to halt this process or not, but that is the dilemma of the age. We are practicing a suicidal cultural style. It's ruining our future, the quality of our environment. Everything is being destroyed by the toxic practice of this cultural style, and yet the message is not being heard. Maybe it will be heard, but at the moment, there's a great gap between the real state of the planet and the responses that are being put in place. And we don't hear, as I said, I hate to keep harping on this, but the single fact that the Catholic Church is not cooperating in the limiting of global population, this is a crime against humanity. Nobody is immune from being held responsible for crimes against humanity. Do you think you have to be a Nazi to be guilty? Anybody who commits crimes against humanity is as guilty as the Nazis were. And to tell people in these enormously swollen third world cities that their eternal soul is in jeopardy if they limit their family size is a historic crime of obscene proportions. And yet, if one were to suggest that this be halted, let alone that the people who propagate this policy be held to account, it would be thought to be a street corner nut of some sort. Why does that seem so improbable to us? Yeah.
That seems very probable. Clearly, that 1% of the people who are running the planet and screwing it up, say, the green heads and the power heads, can actually sway 90+% of the people that are probably asleep and aren't educated. And maybe several percent of us understand that something very strange is going on. My question is, what do you do about it? You can't let yourself your head against the wall terribly to try to dislodge these people, but you can't stand it morally. It's like a make it difficult.
I think the only thing you can do is get straight with the people around you and talk about it. And the other thing is, we don't have to be polite. We don't have to be polite. I remember at Berkeley in the 60s, the first time, I was a wide-eyed freshman, and I took a big survey course in anthropology that had people of all, freshmen, sophomore, juniors, and seniors in this class. And there were, and this professor, some gray-bearded, great Tory with wisdom, was holding forth, and somebody stood up and said, "Bullshit." And you could just hear a pin drop. And then somebody else stood up and said, "Yes, this is bullshit." And it's like the emperor's new clothes. The whole thing begins to unravel because so much BS is being slung. So, and it's hard to know where to draw the line, but I think we need to be very, very critical of our institutions. I hate this whole Clinton thing because I don't like people who walk around assured that now the world is safe. At last, the 4-term governor of Arkansas has taken the helm. We need worry no more. Oh my God, do you know what you have to be the 4-term governor of Arkansas? What a blood-soaked gangster creep you have to be to ascend through that. Do you know what you would be like if you had been governor of Arkansas 4 terms? Can you even wrap your mind around the concept? And that this is the liberal hope. This is the great white hope. This is the good stuff. Oh, God forbid we should say anything about the bad stuff. And not to knock good. It's just some clown trying to stumble through. But if this is people's idea of radical social reform, if this is people's idea of putting in place, imagine, we need to limit the Earth's population, back down male births, legalize psychedelics, get rid of atomic weapons, move to a hydrogen economy, so forth and so on. And when they suggest closing an air base near Sacramento, the California papers are full of articles about whether Western civilization can survive the shock or not. Get real, my friends. There are shocks on the way that will make closing an air base not even register on the meter.
Yeah. Just think about your new book. It's called Cynicism.
And stop living. Well, the question is about a book I wrote. We'll deal with this this fairly quickly. It's a matter of small embarrassment. I wrote a book called Synesthesia, which you're not likely to find at your local bookstore because it costs about $1,500. It had nothing really to do with me. There is a guy in New York who is famous for making books, single books, and his books go from $45,000 to $75,000. And he came to me and said he wanted to do a project with me. And if I would supply a text, he would set the type and paint the books. And so I did. I supplied 3,000 words of text, and he made a 50-page book called Synesthesia, of which there are 75 copies. And they sell for $1,500 a piece. And if you want one, see me later and I'll give you the name of the gallery that does this.
What is the subject matter?
It's a short story about a woman who is thinking a number of things while she puts on her gloves. That sounds 20th century enough. But, yeah.
Are you supporting motivation?
You mean breaking laws to halt evil?
Yes.
Hey, I'm an old Berkeleyite. I come out of it. The affinity group I used to belong to, we had a rule, which was you had to phone one bomb threat a day, or you weren't allowed into the inner smoking room of the commune. I agree with Thomas Jefferson, who said you must have a revolution every generation. The American system has been betrayed. I mean, I think America is a pretty good idea, but weasels have learned how to subvert it, mostly because the people who wrote the American Constitution had no concept of modern mass media. We are not playing on a level playing field. If we were playing on a level playing field, we could solve some of these problems. But the manipulation of information is incredible, and the subtle way in which energy is bled off. I mean, look at what we've been talking about the last 6 months in the United States. How many million words on the Menendez trial? How many million words on the Bobbits? How many million words on this stupid skating trip? These are the things that have been going on in the American mind. Meanwhile, the planet is dying. Nuclear weapons are being sold in the red light district of Frankfurt. Malaria rages, AIDS rages. I mean, we're infantile beyond belief. I mean, the stupidity of the American media and the obsessions that are tolerated. And even intelligent people must tell you their opinion about these things. I mean, who gives a flying fuck about Tanya Harding one way or the other? It should never be mentioned among intelligent people. We don't give a hoot. But because this trivialization of information is endemic, and it makes us, there is a phenomenon going on called, which, can be called many things, but I call it neoteny. Do you know what neoteny is? Neoteny is the preservation of juvenile characteristics into adulthood. There are certain animals certain amphibians, which sometimes stay tadpoles, their entire life. But if the food supply is rich enough, they cease being tadpoles and they become four-legged amphibians. They will only grow to adulthood if there's sufficient nutrition in the environment to let them make that step. Well, we are in an environment, an informational environment of such poverty that we can't become adults. We're kept in a state of perpetual infantilism, worrying about skaters, child molesters, and all this other malarkey that doesn't amount to anything. While the people who are, don't give a hoot about the Menendez brothers are dealing the human race down the drain. And, television We all know that the average television program is gauged to the 15-year-old mind, but what are the consequences of that? We're creating a population of people who are infantile and idiotic, and yet we call ourselves a democracy. You only have to study democracy 10 minutes. I mean, read John Stuart Mill to understand that the precondition for democracy is a sophisticated and educated citizenry. If you have one person, one vote, but no educated citizenry, then you have a mob being led by various icons and images manipulated by fascists. It's a very disturbing situation. Yeah.
You will get a list of people, especially this weekend, to continue to network?
Well, that's sort of up to the group. I encourage it. I mean, it is tricky, of course, because you have to protect yourself. But I think building affinity groups, building community is the only way. Gay people, when they came out of the closet, jobs were lost, relationships shattered, families broken up, black people claiming their rights sent a shudder through the whole of American society. The problem is we're just too white and too chicken shit to know how to deal with the kind of repression that is coming down against us. We keep trying rational argument. We don't get it. Rational argument is not what they're interested in. They know the facts of the matter better probably than most of us do, but they have made decisions to repress this. Male dominance is alive and well. Capitalism, product fetishism, resource destruction, free tradeism, all this stuff is alive and well. What I don't understand, if I may continue to grade here, is why is it that the psychedelic community, the feminist community, and the ecologically concerned people don't understand that they represent different facets of the same point of view and make common cause? Because they all stand for the same thing. We're trying to honor the feminine. We're trying to honor the earth. We are trying to raise the general level of consciousness and intelligence. If you define feminists as some screwy faction over here, an environmentalist over here, and the psychedelic people over here, then we are fragmented and powerless. But that's the game being played against us. We really need to think seriously about our agenda and to then articulate what it is that really would make a sane future. Otherwise, it's all going to be decided by people who have a very, very different agenda than we might have. They're doing it right now. Yeah, Richard.
Giving us some kind of reading list of books that you really like.
Let me just mention some recent books that have been published on the subject of psychedelics that should be very useful to you. First of all, it goes without saying, I'd like you to read all of my books that I won't name. Jonathan Ott's book, Pharmacotheon, is a very thick, scholarly, compendious book with a very large bibliography. It should be a standard reference book in the home of every psychedelic head around. It's the stick. O-T-T, Jonathan. Those of you who are interested in the Amazon, Schulte's book, Medicinal Plants of the Northwest Amazon, is the distillation of a 40-year career in Amazonian botany. By Schulte's, Richard Evans Schulte's of Harvard. Medicinal Plants of the Northwest Amazon. Eduardo Luna's book about the painter Pablo Amarillo and ayahuasca is a very useful book. And then a book that has been in print for years and years, but that I like to mention because it's easy to get and it gives you a lot for your money, is a book edited by Michael Hartner called Hallucinogen and Shamanism by Oxford University Press. several articles on ayahuasca, a number of articles by a number of different people, a brilliant article by Henry Hunt called The Mushrooms of Language. These are just a few of several dozen good books on hallucinogens. Michael Horner's the editor, Oxford University Press. These books are all freely available. The thing about Oxbook, other than the quality of the text, which is high, is that it contains a bibliography 3 times larger than any other bibliography on the subject ever published. Yeah. That was the one. I knew I was groping. And there's Anne and Sasha Shulgin's book, Tikal, which is half recipes and half anecdotal narrative. Yeah. Well, the chemistry. Yeah, no, Sasha is a fighter. I mean, Shulgin, Shulgin. Yeah.
In Don's book, he thinks that he sees no difference between mescaline and the experience of LSD. That's what the text is. What's your feeling on that?
Well, I don't know. What I thought what you were going to say was sees no difference between natural and synthetic hallucinogens.
No, that wasn't the gist of what I got. What I got was that he didn't feel that they were two definitive states, and there seems to be a lot of evidence to the contrary.
No, I disagree with that. I mean, mescaline is highly hallucinogenic. LSD is reluctantly hallucinogenic at low doses, where it nevertheless is definitely psychoactive. You know, the various people in this field have different approaches, and I try to respect them all. Odd is a scholar and a rationalist. I am neither a scholar nor, well, I am kind of a rationalist, but I try to work off experience. And my experience has been so wild and irrational that I haven't been able to preserve much of my rationality. I am interested in the large picture. I mean, I want to know what these things mean for culture and evolution. I'm basically a gadfly and a philosopher. The mycologists sometimes nick at me because they say I don't care enough about mushrooms. The chemists say I don't know enough chemistry. The botanists wish I knew more botany. But none of these things were ends in themselves to me. What I was always interested in was getting loaded. And the anthropology, the chemistry, the art history, the this and that, they were always means to an end. The real thing for me was the intoxication, the state itself. Yeah.
I hold on a lot of respect. We have a lot of this continuum is simply incredible. And I was just really surprised when he said that people could not differ, that people on the street when they were, and it's true that the people that get mescaline on the street is generally acid and PCP and something else. But he maintained that the experience, you couldn't differentiate between the experience and that. I mean, my personal experience with that is that there are profound differences between the two substances.
Yeah, you have to take that up with him. You know, originally at Harvard, what was originally called the psychedelic experience was 150 gamma of LSD and 200 milligrams of mescaline. And that's a handful. That's a really good thing. But the mescaline, the LSD, the way I ended up using LSD was to inflate and color other drugs, other substances. I mean, I think mescaline with LSD is great. Psilocybin with LSD is pretty good. You take less of each, of course, but it's an illusion. For some people, LSD is strongly hallucinogenic. For me, it didn't seem to work like that. I mean, I got those little fan-shaped things that crawl on the walls. But that's almost like something happening optical. That's not what I call hallucination. That's what do we call it? Optical illusion. It's a distortion. Something. Yeah.
Speaking of your experiences in church, in Big Island with Cat and regular doses of 5 grams dried and built up to some very high spaces. And then had an experience there. And I'm going to kind of clarify what that was with her and have felt that since then or what you do about all that in this book.
Well, it's an antidote. It's a psychedelic antidote. When I first moved out to the Big Island in '75, I didn't know anything about Hawaii. I'd never given it a thought. I was here because I needed a place with warm nighttime temperatures because I was trying to grow mushrooms outside, and the choice was Louisiana or Hawaii. And I said, hey, that's not a hard choice to make. So we came to the Big Island, and strangely enough, neither of us knew how to drive. So I had a business partner at the time, and he loved the high life of Maui. So he would come every 2 weeks with 2 weeks worth of food and just leave us up on the mountain over there. Then he'd come over here to Lahaina and party for 2 weeks and then come back. And it was fine. We were in love and never been to Hawaii. And we started taking mushrooms. And we started taking them fairly often, like every 3 days. And after about 2 weeks of this, there came a trip one night when I was sitting in the dark talking to the mushroom. It was showing me, I remember exactly what was going on. It was showing me this blue-green planet and saying, this is within 10 light years of where you're standing right now. A planet with oceans and archipelagos, with ice caps and jungles and uninhabited planet. And I just had this enormous surge of primate greed. It was just like, wow, I want it. We need it. What a place for human beings. And then I got into this discussion with it about, and I have a kind of acidic approach to the mushroom. I mean, I rave at it. It raves at me. We have long animated wrangles and conversations. And so it was talking about propulsion systems. And I was saying to it, look, why don't you just cut loose with the good? I'm the grower. You can't hold out. I was saying, show me the ship. And he was saying, if I show you the ship, you'll understand how it works. And I said, that's all right. I'm the grower. You can't, what are you doing? You can't fast shuffle me. Where are you without me? You'd be sitting in a turd in the Amazon if I haven't brought you out. Don't hold back. So this was going back and forth. And about this time, my companion said, I'm feeling very hot. And so I said, well, we should walk outside. And so we were barely able to stand. And shoulder to shoulder, hanging onto each other, we stepped outside. Those of you who know the Big Island, this was a house way up in the upper reaches of Hawaiian Ocean View Estates near South Point. So we stepped outside, and she faints. So I drag her to her feet and shake her. And she comes out of it, and then she faints again. And she says, I'm really hot. And I'm like, I'm the expert on psilocybin. And I'm like thinking, this is not supposed to be happening. This fits no profile that I'm familiar with. And I think about the phone 60 feet away inside the house. Who are you going to call? You know, it would take anybody hours to find us, and I'm going to get some Kona doctor who doesn't even know what psilocybin is, and I'm going to make a huge effort to get this guy here. It's on us now. We have to solve this problem here and now and in a hurry. And she kept passing out. I could not keep her conscious, and finally she just passed out and lay there. And I sat down, and I was fighting panic. I was trying to hold on to the idea that this was not a crisis, but I had the overwhelming sense that she was just dying right there, right then. And at first I fought this perception because it was unthinkable. And then I sort of came out of that and said, no, sober up. If she's dying, if you can stop, then at least make it, honor it, give it some space. So I was just beginning to form this picture of me just holding her there until she died. And then I figured, I'll sort this out later. But the main thing now is to let this person die with some measure of dignity. So I'm like that. And then, this image forms in my mind of, I'm a big island, we catch the water, the rainwater. So in the back of the house, there was a big tank of rainwater, and there was a horse trough that caught the overflow. And I had this image of this place, and it was about 100 feet away from where I was lying on the ground. So I picked her up, and I remember I was wearing Indian drawstring pants, and they fell down around my knees, or down around my ankles. So I was like Frankenstein, little shuffling steps, carrying this woman, walking like a robot back to the horse trough back there. Lay her down on the ground and began picking up buckets of water and pouring over her, just bucket after bucket of water, just throwing on her. And within 15 seconds, it was perfectly clear that I had figured it out. And because she immediately came out, she immediately started sputtering and thrashing and digging the water out of her face, and I just kept pouring and pouring. And then I threw the bucket away and got down on the ground with her in this mud puddle and was hugging her and salting and so forth and so on, because instantly the entire mood of the thing changed. Well, so then, within 10 seconds, the forest edge was no more than 15 feet away. I was miles and miles away from the place. Suddenly, no more than 10 or 12 feet back into the jungle comes this absolutely ear-splitting peal of demonic laughter. Just absolutely spine-chilling. Absolutely the craziest kind of Hollywood nutso laughter you can possibly imagine. I look at her, she looks at me, and we run to the house. And once we get inside the house, she's standing there like this. And I say, what's happening? She says, ferns are sprouting out of the refrigerator. Ferns are sprouting out of the floor. These forms are flowing across the floor toward me. So I make tea, draw a cold bath, plunge her into the cold bath, and work the cold water angle pretty hard. And as I'm doing all this, I recall that an earlier incident, that when we first arrived, we flew into Hilo from San Francisco and arrived just after dark. And my friend, my partner, had preceded us. He met us and drove us around down South Point and back up to the other side of the island in pitch darkness. We drove, as you know, that's a 2.5 hour drive. Couldn't see fuck all. We have no idea what Hawaii looked like. There seemed to be occasionally a lot of cinders by the side of the road. That was all you could see. So we go to the house, and we're exhausted, and we've flown, and we go to bed. And then we get up at 6 o'clock in the morning, and the light is streaming in. So we walk out. There it is, Hawaii. And in front of this cabin that we had rented is lava. I mean, it looks like the moon. It looks like the moon with leaves. And then, but the house was on a kapuka, a little island of forest. So then we walked back into the kapuka, just she and I. We have literally not been 5 minutes in forming our impressions of what Hawaii is about. We walk back into the kapuka, and there's this, the sun is shining down through the ohia and the hapu, and then suddenly there's flute music. This amazing, eerie, piping flute music. And it goes on for like 3 minutes, then it stops. Then 30 seconds later, my partner has dragged himself out of bed, and he wanders back to where we are, and he said, "Whoa, so what did you think?" He said, "Whoa, looks pretty good. Who's the neighbor who plays the flute?" I says, "What are you talking about?" He said, "Well, just a minute ago, somebody was playing the flute in the woods." He says, "This is impossible. There's nobody for miles." So I said, "Right, whatever." But then I thought back to that incident, when we had this incident with the screaming laughter in the woods. I went to my Robert Graves Greek mythology, and I looked up Pan. Pan plays the pipes, of course, but Pan has a special form of laughter which causes panic. The word panic is the state induced by the laughter of Pan, and it drives you mad if you hear it. For some reason, there in a stretch of Hawaiian rainforest, apparently a Greek god of the Middle Attic period had taken up temporary residence. I don't understand this. I can't understand it. But it's one of these anecdotal things that happens if you involve yourself with psychedelics. And somebody else recently told a story about encountering Pan in the woods on psychedelics in this case. But I don't know what to make of this. I think the world is stranger than we can suppose. I think, it's a mystery and a joke and a game. You just have to keep your wits about you. Somebody else. Or did that clear the deck?
Terence, I have a question. With all the substances that you've ingested over the years, what kind of effect, deleterious or otherwise, have it had on your physiology?
Well, people say that potheads can't think straight. I don't know whether I think straight. I don't see that it's had any deleterious effect. My memory is selective, but I have an excellent memory for what I'm interested in. Historical facts, birth and death dates of painters, stuff like this doesn't give me any problem. I don't think these things are deleterious. I think when you see psychedelic casualties, what you're seeing usually are people who had problems in the first place, and then people mix and match. I'm quite a purist. I don't mix things, and I don't binge. I take high doses, and then I think about it a long time. And I don't see that these things are deleterious at all.
Your liver, your kidneys?
I don't have any signs of liver or kidney deterioration. I haven't had the official tests. But I do think of psychedelic taking as a quasi-athletic ability. When I go to the gym 3 days a week, I am not to the horror of many people around me, my diet is not particularly ideologically driven. I do not eat beef, but I don't feel self-righteous about it. And I see dietary emphasis as a kind of spiritual materialism. I mean, there is something to it, but it can easily be taken too far. Rather than deleterious effects on health, I guess if we're being honest about what do psychedelics do to you that maybe is detrimental, is they make you ungovernable and unemployable. And because you're weird, and people can sense it. Whatever weird means, they know it. They pick up on it. I have a friend who was a designer at one point in his career. He used to design hospitals, and once he designed a hospital in some recidivist section of the country, and at the dedication of the hospital, one of the hospital directors said to him, "Do you use drugs?" Meaning that the work itself reflected the source. They can sense this. In the same way they can sense gayness, no matter how deeply it's buried. They have a real nose for heads, and they smell us out. I think there's thing about those people. They probably use yeah.
What's your feeling about monogamous marriage?
Oh my God. What a subject. Monogamy. I think on the CD released with Space Time Continuum, I say the three enemies of the people are monotony, hegemony, monogamy. No, I changed it to monotheism later. I'm conflicted about this because because I don't think people were monogamous before the invention of agriculture. I think orgiastic sexuality was the rule, and it created, as I said at some point, a very tight group bonding because men could not trace lines of male paternity. Consequently, loyalty was transferred to the group, not to my children, but to the children of the group. I was monogamous for 15 years, and the argument that I used for it was what I call the Jungian argument, which is that you can go deeper in a monogamous relationship. It's an alchemical marriage. It's a fusion of souls and an effort to really go deep in human experience. But it seems to breed a gnawing discontent in a lot of people. I mean, it certainly did in me. And I don't know whether that was because I fell from the ideal state of monogamy or whether it's in fact a bad idea. Europeans are a little more sexually sophisticated than Americans. And there, relationships are more unstructured, and having something going on the side is not thought such a monstrous and debilitating thing. Now that I've been single for 3 years and had all kinds of experiences, including non-monogamous relationships and new monogamous relationships, I'm sort of at my wit's end about this. I mean, here's my thinking at the moment. This is just because you asked. Remember, you asked. I don't, first of all, I think celibacy is for the birds. Any spiritual discipline that demands celibacy, I think is highly suspect and probably some kind of a shell game, and certainly not for me. So what I'm saying there is being single and celibate, that doesn't work. I'm pretty profoundly convinced that monogamous marriage not only doesn't work, but provides a very bad role model for children. I really think the nuclear family is a cauldron for the production of neuroses, that most psychotherapists are earning their living by cleaning up the mess made by family life. That's where we all got tweaked and twisted, was in the early family life. And it's not a traditional arrangement. This idea, marry me and you and I will get back to back and we'll fight off the rest of the world and we'll create a tiny island of happiness it's a very paranoid kind of thing. But I am very capable, or in the past, I've been very capable of feeling incredibly jealous to the point where jealousy doesn't feel to me like a cultural value. It felt like it was in the bone. How could one be casual about one's lover being with someone else? I couldn't. It didn't come from a head decision. It was a visceral thing. It seemed unbearable. But now I tend to think that this is a neurotic response, and that the reason jealousy is so intense in monogamy is because one has no option. If you're monogamous and your partner destroys the monogamy, you're screwed and you're in no fallback position whatsoever. You're just hung out to dry. You're profoundly rejected and you have no recourse. So then I concluded monogamy doesn't sound right. Well, then we move on to the more exotic possibilities. The underground agenda pushed by fashion magazines and all the slimy weasels in the cosmetic industry and all that is ménage à trois. This is pushed as the advanced, experimental, far out thing to be into. However, when you analyze it, it seems to me that it's an extension of male dominance fantasy, that it is in fact a sadomasochistic arrangement of some sort that caters to male dominant fantasies, to have two women and inevitably those two women would somehow fall into competition in the presence of one man. This further exacerbates the potential for male dominance and so forth. So then let's be good mathematicians here. If 1 to 2 doesn't do it, how about 1 to 3? Now this is interesting. I don't think a lot of guys sit around or lie around thinking how great it would be to be with 3 sexually rapacious women. That's a kind of heart-sinking thing to contemplate if you're actually honest. Because you don't know if you're man enough, frankly, for that kind of a situation. And so that terror, that possibility strikes in the normal male is, I think, a good indicator that maybe we're getting close. The other thing about 3-to-1 arrangement is it's a meat oil. It's amorphous. It's very hard for anyone to control something like that because there are so many data points in the field, so many potential liaisons, so many potential deals that can be cut, that I think it's shifting, exciting, changing, unpredictable, like that. I have to tell you, I haven't tried this. I'm just a mathematician with a penchant for imagery. But it was thinking along these lines. I mean, I've been saying for a long time that one woman, one child made a huge amount of sense to me, and I gave you that argument. It's only recently occurred to me that the limiting of male births is also something to be considered, that there are too many men. It's an uncomfortable situation for men, and it's an uncomfortable situation for women, because femininity is suppressed in a sexual dynamism that is 50-50. Also, higher mammals rarely occur in 50-50 sexual display. If we were elk, there would be many more females than males. And the well-known fragileness of male infants causes me to suspect that in the absence of male-dominated values and modern medical procedures, I'll bet the natural ratio of the sexes is closer to 2-to-1 than 1-to-1. And I think the relationship of women to bisexuality is very different from the relationship of men to bisexuality. So I can imagine a future world where the nuclear family is replaced by these fraternities. 3 women, 1 man, and the children of women. Women are enslaved by men, keeping them functioning in their maternal role. So I don't have answers here, but I do think that we need answers and that we need to think about this. And monogamy as an ideal, I feel the force of that. That wouldn't it be wonderful to have a soulmate that would follow you through life until eventually you were 2 white heads on a single pillow. But the one thing I've learned from psychedelics, and it's a hard truth, but it's a true truth, is nothing in this universe lasts. Nothing lasts. The last dance, you do alone. Rome fell, and this will go too. Your enemies will turn to compost. Your fortune will be dissipated. Your friends will fall away. And eventually you yourself will cease to be. Nothing lasts. So, in a way, I'm conflicted about this, but I really believe that we should all take complete responsibility for ourselves. I remember when I separated from my wife, and this was a revelation, when I separated from my wife and decided to live alone, I went out to get an apartment. So I interviewed for an apartment that I liked, and this guy seemed to like me. So we sat down across from each other to fill out a piece of paper. And he said, and I had told him I'd lived in this area for 13 years, which was true. And he said, what's the name of your bank? And I said, it's the one in town with the time flasher on. He said, you told me you lived here 13 years and you don't know the name of your bank. And I said, well, my wife, what is the bank? I've actually never been inside my bank. And then I realized, my God, I'm not capable of going to the store by myself. I've been completely infantile. I allowed somebody else to take over so many of the ordinary functions of my life that I'm like a maladaptive person. I'm like a street person or something. So now, I do my automobile insurance, save my receipts, balance my checkbook, do all these things, and feel quite good about it. And I think everybody should take responsibility for themselves. I don't think all marriages are bad, but I think a huge number of people reach age 20, 21, 22, 23, they're sailing across the Golden Gate Bridge toward authentic adulthood, but suddenly there's this sign, last exit before adulthood. Get married to someone as lame as you are, and you add up to one whole person and function in society. So I think it's a good exercise to take responsibility for yourself, but I do not have the answer to this man-woman thing. I don't think anybody does, I love women and I can imagine falling in love with a woman who, if she asked for monogamy, I would probably give it, but with misgivings, because and jealousy is not a pretty emotion. Do we want to make room for it? Are we so afraid of it that we want to honor it by creating relationships that are based on the fear of it? Or do we want to somehow, it's a thing of ego. It is a thing of ego. I mean, for me to believe that I can be all men to a woman is an incredible ego trip. For a woman to expect that she is all things to a man is a similar kind of ego trip. And, but it's very hard. I mean, it's easy to talk theory here. It's very hard to actually take three distinct human personalities with different histories and different agendas and throw them in the sack together and have it work. I don't know what to do about this, but I'm grappling with it, as I'm sure all of you are. We shouldn't be so discontent. We shouldn't be so unhappy. And somehow, again, I think the psychedelics point the way toward this. They seem to inspire a generosity and a lack of fear and an openness that shows the way toward an authentic sexuality that isn't based on possession and control. And that's really what we want. Yeah, thank you for asking. Yeah. Not specifically, but I would be very gentle on the unborn fetus. Part of the problem in a question like that is asked is that these substances are illegal. Consequently, the kind of research that should have been done to answer that question has never been done. I've seen women in the Amazon smear their nipples with ayahuasca to nurse a 3-day-old child. On the other hand, these things are neurotransmitters, and it is well known, I don't know if you know this, but it's well known among pharmacologists and physicians that children often metabolize drugs backwards. If you have a hyperactive child, you give them Ritalin, but Ritalin in an adult is a stimulant, jacks you up. So I think as a general rule, one should avoid exposing the fetus to any kind of chemically exotic environment, especially in the first 8 weeks or so after conception, when so much cell division is going on. But that's just a cautionary and conservative position on my part. The actual amount of data is nil on this question. Yeah.
What do you think of Don Juan and Carlos Castaneda? You mentioned it a bit.
Well, I only have an opinion. I just have an opinion. I paid attention fairly closely. I read Richard DeMille's book, Carlos Castaneda, The Power and the Allegory. I read this new book called, I can't remember who wrote it, but it's called Carlos Castaneda, Academic Opportunism in the Psychedelic 60s. I have not heard what these women are saying that are going around. I understand it's something about balancing PowerPoints and doing something to the earth. It sounds like kind of standard New Age rhetoric. I don't disbelieve in the violation of natural law, but I'm skeptical. It's tough. I suspect that what we have here is a sincere effort that went wrong in some way. The first book, The Teachings of Don Juan, is a classic. And aside from some minor quibbling, I think everything said in there about psychedelic substances is true. That book was published in 1968, I believe. The next book followed in 1970, and the position on psychedelic drugs has changed completely. I really believe, and I know how it works because I'm in the biz, that he was told, this, you're on to a great thing, but we are not editorially going to stand behind you if you insist that drugs are the way to do these things. And at that point, it swerved off into literature of some sort. There are a lot of odd things about those books. Internal inconsistencies, external inconsistencies, and, I don't like dumping on other people's trip, but on the other hand, I'm just too much of a rationalist and too much of a detail person to be able to let that all slide. So I see it as the monomyth of our time. I can imagine, if my ideas about the future are all wet, that in 400 years, people will be offering sacrifices to Don Juan, and a religion will be in place about this great teacher who rose and fell in the 20th century. And Carlos Castaneda is the Paul to Don Juan the Christ. But I don't believe it's to be read as literal truth. I mean, I can't buy that. I mean, in the first place, some of the incidents in those books, the previous literary antecedents have been uncovered. Even in the first book, this is true. You all remember the famous crow transformation in the first book. Well, read George MacDonald's Through the Gates of the Silver Key, and there is almost direct, word for word, a description of the transformation of a human being into a crow written in the late 19th century. So I see it as a kind of apocryphal myth-making. And I know, that may disappoint and Paul, but that's me. Yeah.
Get back to the myth. You said that you thought that one of the mistakes of the 60s was conference machines, and what you recommended instead was subversion and boring. Could you tell us what you mean by subversion and boring?
Yeah, mainly what I mean is moving with step. But here's the thing that I think is so problematic about the 1960s. A single ambitious graduate student in biochemistry could produce 5 million hits of LSD in the local junior college laboratory if he had the keys and a long weekend. 5 million hits. This means that you are not trying to get your friends and yourself high. This means that you are trying to become the CEO of an international criminal enterprise capable of making millions and millions of dollars. And when you manufacture 5 million hits of a psychedelic drug, this is like whipping out a loaded gun and gesturing at the government with it. They're not amused. On the other, let's think of a psilocybin mushroom grower. If you're a psilocybin mushroom grower and you do nothing but grow, and you work like a dog for 6 months, you might be able to produce 10,000 hits of psilocybin. 10,000 hits, as opposed to 5 million hits. This is a micro industry. It doesn't create vast criminal pyramids. If you have 10,000 hits of psilocybin that you have to get rid of over 6 months, you have a few connections and you sell it. If you have 5 million hits of something, you have to sell it at a very low price to a second level middleman, who slightly raise the price, who sell it to a third level middleman, and finally it gets down to the street. In other words, you have to organize a criminal conspiracy of some sort. This alarms the government. The other thing is the government is very alarmed when people make money on drugs. Well, if you're a dedicated mushroom grower, you can support yourself and your family in a moderately middle class style. But you're not going to be buying a Lexus. You won't be making a payment on an apartment in San Tropez out of this. It's just a loop. And when you think about the fact that, these big ships that bring weed up off the coast of Florida, a guy with a fast speedboat, a guy who is a peon in that organization, they pay $250,000 per trip to the mothership. And if you have a good speedboat, you can make 3 trips a night. You can make $750,000 a night bringing weed off these motherships. And you're not a major player. You're a disposable peon way down in the structure of this criminal organization. So the money differential is incredible. That's why I think the plants are so exciting, and why I urge people to grow mushrooms. You can be assured of the purity. You can't produce so much that you're going to wreck your life and bring guys with flak jackets kicking down your front door. And it all proceeds in a much less hysterical fashion. The LSD thing was confrontational, and the people who were pushing it had a wild gleam in their eye. I mean, they wanted to pull down Western civilization in the next 18 months. Well, Western civilization wasn't interested in being pulled down, and showed that it had resources to fight that we could barely conceive of. So I think plants and stealth, and I love the slow spread of mushrooms, the slow spread of ayahuasca. Ayahuasca is even harder to produce than mushrooms. I mean, to get together 500 hits of ayahuasca is an enormous industrial undertaking. So let's move so slowly that they hardly know we're there. And also, it's not necessary to present a phenomenon of dropping out. I mean, I think it's much better to take over. When you walk into these software labs in California, everybody has hair down to their ass. Everybody is a freak. It's perfectly out in front that the creativity that is the unique hallmark of the American civilization has for the past 30 years been sustained by psychedelic substances. When the Japanese want mahogany, they go to Java. When they want furniture, they go to Sweden. When they want brain power, they go to California. And it's psychedelic brain power that they export. So if we were to truly limit our access to psychedelics, that would probably be the final blow to our ability to function and participate in world markets. Because without our creativity, what are we? Yeah.
It just raised the question then about access to the computer.
I mean, how do we do that?
Well, and I mean, I guess there was the 5 million hits. I don't know if it's a different chemical process that, is more difficult with DMT, but why isn't it happening?
Well, I think what happens with DMT is that chemists who can make it make small batches. And consequently, unless you're their groupmate or their girlfriend, it's all gone by the time you hear about it. In an ordinary laboratory, it's quite difficult to make more than 100 grams. That's only 4 ounces. To scale up to do industrial production of DMT, you need a small pharmaceutical factory. You need big stainless steel vats. You need complex temperature controls, so forth and so on. I think DMT will always be a thing spotty and in limited supply until it's legal, or if it becomes legal. produced. Yeah.
Really well, people that use the trees by Earth so that they can make fast and Earth itself.
Well, that's a cheerful idea. How about this? Humans were invented by plants to move seeds around. That's a little more organic than you. And what is so good about plastic that the Earth would want to make it? It may be that what we do make are thinking machines. That's a little scary. Marshall McLuhan said a wonderful thing. He said, we are the genitals of our technologies. We exist only to improve next year's model. And that's a kind of scary thought. It took us millions of years to evolve to the point where we are. The rate at which our machines are evolving under the design process which we control is a million times more rapid. I mean, look at the computer. UNIVAC is 1948. That's less than 50 years ago. The computer sitting behind me is 100 times more powerful than the UNIVAC. If automobiles had developed at this rate, then they would go 10,000 miles an hour on a nickel's worth of gas twice around the world. So, it seems to me that silicone is where our technology is the part of us that is evolving. Our bodies have stayed pretty much the same for 100,000 years. Meanwhile, we've shed and replaced our technologies 500 times in that period and are doing it ever faster. And, years ago, they used to say machines can't think. Have you noticed how that rap has fallen out of the press? You don't hear it anymore. Now nobody's sure exactly what's possible. Parallel processing, chaos theory, cellular automata. The question is now so mathematically complex that no one's sure whether machines can think or not, because no one's exactly sure what thinking is in this moment. One scenario for our own salvation is that we will somehow be downloaded into circuitry, or that we will somehow become machines and therefore no longer need to make such intense demands upon the earth. But I don't exactly understand how that scenario is to be brought to completion. That people like Hans Moravec and Tibbet and these people, this is their vision. Nanotechnology, machine replacement of subcellular organelles in human beings, a gradual replacement of human cellular material until your entire thing is spun gold, silicone, iridium. And yet there was never a moment when you ceased to be yourself. These things are coming. We have many strategies and many options, and it's a hell of a mess that we find ourselves in, and many different things will be tried. The definition of humans is up for grabs. We are not monkeys. We are not angels. What are we? Is man good? This is the question that we may be on the brink of answering. Yeah.
You might say society went from 10% people take psychedelics. But how is that going to make the rest of the planet change? Just by the vibration of it? How is it going to help the people with grasp it, right?
Well, every social revolution is made with 10% or less of the population. Revolutions are not made by majorities. I think that the way you change society is by changing its language. We can't evolve into something we can't describe. Therefore, the first thing we have to do is describe where we want to go. And I see psychedelics as such a stimulation to creativity that this is how they make the change. People say that the 60s had no consequence. The whole world we're living in is defined by the issues of the 60s. The whole new age is essentially a flight from psychedelics but an effort to nevertheless maintain the lessons and the insights of psychedelics. So I think that the critical 10% of society that does the planning, the inventing, the implementing, and the designing is the sector of society that is being impacted by psychedelics and that can make change. The domain in which these changes should take place is the domain of art. We need to change the world into art. So much of the design process is haphazard. Like, you look at this hotel. It was designed by an architect. It's a coherent whole, but it's embedded in the island of Maui, which is not a coherent whole. There is no plan for the island of Maui. It's just, weasels buy land and put up hotels, and then the government builds sewers and provides electricity. But there is no master plan above a certain level. We need planning at every level. We need to express aesthetic intent at every level. Cities cannot be haphazard arrangements of contractors, projects, and dreams. The entire city, the entire planet needs to be brought into the design process. This may horrify. It horrifies me, but I don't see at this point that we have any choice. We are globally impacting the planet. So now do we want to do that in a haphazard and unpredictable manner, or do we want to somehow take control of it and decide how the whole thing is going to look? We need big ideas, and then we need the courage to implement them. We need to rediscover nature. We need to rediscover the richness of our own souls. We need to learn how to communicate with each other. We need to learn how to love each other. We need to learn how to appreciate differences. And we need to learn how to stretch ourselves toward the transcendental. The idea that society should be war, endless competition among individuals with the devil take the hindmost, we see the consequences of that. A ruined earth, unhappy people, and unhappy children. So it is a matter of letting order, the internal order of our souls, the architectonics of our dreams, we need to let that emerge. And one of the things we have to do is we have to free ourselves from enslavement to the idea that everything has to make a buck. What they're saying now is, we'll save the world if you'll show us a solution that makes a buck. Well, it may be necessary to jettison the idea of making a buck out of the enterprise of saving the planet and just save the planet for its own sake. That's the dilemma that we're looking at. Yeah.
What's the difference between smoking or eating?
Oh, smoking is not effective. The psilocybin is spread through them at only 0.05%. You really can't get it smoking. If you had pure psilocybin, you could smoke it, and that's something worth shooting for. I've never done that. I've often wondered what that would be like. That might be the next rave. Smoking psilocybin would come on as fast as DMT, but it would be psilocybin. That's an interesting thing to pursue. Yeah.
Well, you mentioned when you take mushrooms, they turn off the ayahuasca. How would you prepare the ayahuasca?
Oh, I would just shave the bark off and dry it in the sun, and then grind it in some kind of a rough grinder and roll it into a ball. That would be the thing to do. It's a very sweet, incense-tasting smoke. It's quite commercially viable. It's a pleasant thing to smoke. That's their house is topic. Yeah.
I was just going to ask, you saying ayahuasca.
Well, the word ayahuasca is used to both refer to the plant Against and to the paired combinatory beverage with the Psychotria viridis. Both are called ayahuasca in the amplified context to tell what is meant. Yeah.
Last night you spoke of like planes of consciousness, and I'm wondering what you consider indicators. I know you're not interested in talking about rules of living. There's, I think, other people that do that, and like, it seems that you think that is a spiritual materialism. So I'm wondering what do you consider indicators
Of higher consciousness. Well, intellectual honesty is a good indicator of higher consciousness. Unselfishness, diminishment of ego is, I guess, the thing. I mean, people who are easy with what's going on. I like people who are easy to get along with. I'm easy to get along with. And I'm usually up for whatever's going on. I mean, if you want to go to bed at 9:30, that's fine. We're going to dance till 4 a.m. I'm up for it. I think an acceptance of flow and a sense of one's own place in things. And ego, expression of ego is always an expression of an inappropriate valuation of the self. I mean, because, ultimately you are not important. And if you act from that place, I think you become much more palatable and attractive to other people. That doesn't mean that you're supposed to be hang dog and think of yourself as a nothing. It just means you need to have a perspective on how it all works. So, an ability to get along with other people, to be gentle in most situations, and to pass in most situations is a sign of higher consciousness. And you should always be, the welcome addition to any scene is the person of higher consciousness. Ideological grandstanding, dogmatism, domination, these are definitely signs of lower consciousness, even if they are in the service of some very high set of ideas. I mean, for instance, I've known the Tibetan lamas who were absolute jerks, and yet they were clearly in the service of a very high philosophical position. But don't forget, it's entirely possible to know where it's at and not be there. It's easy, in fact, to know where it's at. The trick is to be there. Well, where we're at is at the end of today's session. Thank you. We begin to pull together here. We're starting slightly late, but I figure Sunday morning you have to build in space for the complacencies of the peignoir. So apparently this morning the computer is up and running, at least so far. So I thought what I would do, this is the last session. It'll run until 1. Remind me to take a break sometime roughly in the middle of it. And this is sort of, on one level, why I do these things. As I said yesterday, much of what I say you could acquire in a library or by familiarizing yourself with the literature or the other personalities in the field. This part of the thing is to some degree more personal, more self-indulgent of me, I suppose, because this is the only original idea that I've ever come up with of any consequence or depth, I think. And my whole approach to the psychedelic experience is as a fisherman for ideas. I mean, that's the metaphor I carry into the psychedelic state, that what we're doing is rowing out over dark water beyond the reef and letting the nets down and hoping for an idea. And hopefully it's not an idea so huge that it leaves the nets rent to shreds. And hopefully it's not so trivial that, like minnows, it just passes through. You want a medium-sized idea that you can take back to the community and that will be food in some sense. So, in the grand style, I suppose, of all the people I dump on, the channelers, gurus, and so forth and so on, I too am burdened with an irrational vision that is a revelation from the unconscious. I like to think that mine is more persuasive because it's rooted in mathematics and it's rooted in the I Ching. So I'll just talk about this for a while and then we'll lead into it and then I'll demonstrate the software and then we can either talk about it or if you find it uninteresting, we can get back to the surface and square away your issues in some of these other areas. I regard myself, as I've said over and over in these lectures, as a fairly lumpen person, rational, requiring drugs to access these dimensions, not lightly poised on the edge of the other. Nevertheless, coming out of the experiences that are described in True Hallucinations, there were years, and in fact, to some degree it persists to this day, years of having a connection with a kind of organizing intelligence that seemed very different in its style of thinking from my own style of thinking. And the nature of the dialogue with this entity, it wasn't about world peace and loving one another or one woman, one child, or any of these grandiose things that we've talked about here. It was more in the nature of a koan, like a problem that I was supposed to solve, that if I could solve, then there would somehow be great benefit for me intellectually behind this. But it was clearly something that I had originally encountered in the psychedelic state and that stuck with me. And, if you want to understand how I got to that place, True Hallucinations tells that story to some degree. This dialogue with the mushroom mother took the form of a kind of very deep deconstruction of what the I Ching is about. Because apparently time is the key both to understanding the psychedelic experience and to understanding the mystery of our own life and existence, both generally and particularly. Time is the thing that we need to concentrate on and understand. And of course, if you look at the literature of human philosophy, you discover that the oldest book in the world is a book that is a study of time, the Book of Changes, the I Ching, the distillation of pre-Joe philosophical ruminations that go back to the late Neolithic. Nobody knows how old. And now I'm going to talk about this in some detail. I assume most people in this room have some kind of familiarity with the I Ching, right? Am I right? So just briefly to review, for those of you who lack the courage to admit ignorance, the I Ching is a system of Chinese divination that uses 64 six-line structures called hexagrams. And these hexagrams are thought to be gestalt images of the way in which power is distributed within a given situation that the person inquiring of the oracle has defined ahead of time. And these 64 hexagrams, as they're called, define the complete set of possible structures given the rules that you have 6 levels and broken and unbroken lines. Then there are 64 variants on that set of constraints. And these are called hexagrams. We all know this, am I right? Yes. Okay. The hexagrams occur in a traditional order that is called the King Wen sequence. And King Wen is a quasi-legendary person, pre-Han dynasty, a political figure who, in the upheavals in ancient Neolithic China, was imprisoned. And during his imprisonment, he supposedly elaborated these 64 hexagrams in this traditional sequence. Whether he was a real person, we'll probably never know. What the mushroom voice concentrated on was a very specific and intellectually defined question at first. And the question was this: is the King Wen sequence a sequence? In other words, is it simply a jumbled arrangement of hexagrams that has become traditional over thousands of years? Or is it a true sequence? Meaning, can it be generated by rules? And if so, what are those rules? Well, if you had known me over a lifetime, you would know that this is not my style of thinking. I mean, I failed Algebra 2. After the stabbing, I transferred out. So, mathematics, that's a joke, folks. After quadratic equations, I failed. So, close thinking is not my forte. So here was this question, is the King Wen sequence a sequence or is it a chaotic jumble? What are the rules which generate it? So I sat down with my I Ching and blessed it out, as I say, my style. Immediately, meaning in 10 minutes, I grasped that the King Wen sequence is not 64 hexagrams. It's 32 pairs of hexagrams, because the second member of each pair is the first turned upside down. Claro? Good. Nothing to it. So, the nature of the problem has now changed. The question now is, what is the ordering principle which governs these 32 pairs of hexagrams? And this did not come so easily. I looked, and finally the voice said to me, look at the first order of difference. And I said, what is the first order of difference? And it said, the number of lines that change as you move from one hexagram to the next. Stupid. So, I see. Okay, we'll look at the first order of difference. So now, as you probably know, the first hexagram is the creative 6 solid lines. The second hexagram is the receptive 6 broken lines. What is the first order of difference? 6, right. I didn't say that the first rule is that they occur in pairs where the second member of the pair is the first inverted. But if inverting the first one causes no change, as would occur in 8 cases, then all lines change. That's very logical and intuitive and clear, I think. And you meet that first exception in the first pair. The first hexagram is 6 unbroken lines. Obviously, inverting it makes no difference. So you invoke the second rule. If inversion makes no difference, all lines change. Right? Okay. So I looked at the first order of difference. Now, the first order of difference logically can be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. When you actually look at what it is in King Wen's sequence, the first thing you notice is that there are no 5s. This is an artificiality. This is the thumbprint of human intent. Because when you program a computer to arrange these hexagrams randomly and to chart the first order of difference values of 5 are very common. There is nothing in principle to exclude them, but for some reason they were excluded from King Wen's sequence. The other thing I noticed was that the ratio of odd to even values of the first order of difference came out to be exactly 3 to 1, 3 even to 1 off. This again is the thumbprint of human intent. Randomly arranged sequences don't have this property. So I didn't know what this meant. It just seemed like, yes, maybe we were becoming sinologists and exploring the construction principles of a forgotten Chinese oracle. But then it suggested to me that I make a graph of the first order of difference. So I made a graph. 64 points down, 6 points across, graph the first order of difference. 6, 2, 4, 3, 1, 6, 1, 3, etc. When I made this graph and looked at it, it appeared rather stochastic, meaning it appeared random. No pattern or order jumped out. Until I noticed something very interesting, which was that the first 3 data points were a mirror image of the last 3 data points. Now what this means is if we were to take a copy of this wave and rotate it 180 degrees in the plane, which is how mathematicians say turn it upside down, if we were to rotate it 180 degrees in the plane, it would slide into itself with a perfect fit at the beginning and at the end, but nowhere in between. This is highly improbable. This is definitely someone sat up nights trying to make this happen, and there were many trials and errors before they got it. So I thought, well, how strange. Then here we have, what we now have is a structure, 64 hexagrams running this way, and 64 hexagrams running backward, and they arrange themselves in pairs such that they add to 64. 63 and 1, 62 and 2, 61 and 3, 60 and 4. You understand? Yes. So I thought, what a strange thing. A module. We've taken the entire sequence of the I Ching, run it backwards against itself, and discovered that it creates a natural topological closure It's a natural module. A natural module, what an onomatopoetic phrase. So then, it's sort of like a super hexagram. It has all the hexagrams in it running both ways. It has 384 yao in it. Yao are lines. 6 times 64 equals 384. And then the teaching voice said, take this module and use it as the lowest level of a larger module hierarchy based on the I Ching. In other words, take this module and treat it as a line in a hexagram. So, okay. So I drew this little structure with its closure, and then I made 6 copies of it, and I laid them end to end on my bedroom floor. What my friends were thinking about during this period is another story that I'm just giving you the raw shtick here. So I laid 6 of these structures end to end and said, these are like the 6 lines of a hexagram. And then the voice said, yes, but a hexagram is more than 6 lines. A hexagram is 2 trigrams. The learning curve here is steep, but barely. So I took my little structure, my little module, and I blew it up by a power of 3. And over the 6, I laid 2 more, generated from the same origin point, but proportionately 3 times larger. You understand? Yes. So then I looked at this, and then the voice said, but a hexagram is more than 6 lines and more than 2 trigrams. A hexagram has a unitary wholeness that is hexagrammatic. I said, okay. So I made a great big version of my little module, and over the 6 and over the 2, I laid this higher level, the big 1. So now what I have is a 3-level structure with 1 module on the top, 2 modules in the middle, and 6 modules on the bottom. And I drew this thing with a rapidograph, believe it or not, in the confines of my smoky room. And what you get if you do this is a shitload of wavy lines running in all directions and crossing over each other. And I had no idea what this thing was for. And the voice assured me that this was somehow a gestalt symbol of time. And so I began meditating and thinking about this and looking at the numerology of this structure. Well, remember that I mentioned that it had 384 yao, 384 lines, which are the 6 times 64 number. This is an interesting number, 384, because it turns out to be within a fraction of a day, 13 lunations. Lunations are 29 point something days, and 13 of them are 383.89 days. So I said, 13 lunations. This thing is a calendar of some sort. It's a lunar calendar. It must have been developed somewhere in southern China where seasonality wasn't so important because it would precess 19 days against the solar year length of 365 days. But it would keep perfect lunar time, with an error that would accumulate to about 1 day every 100 years or something. Very good for a Neolithic calendar. But then the voice said, yes, but there's more. said, okay, well, so then I sat with it, and it said, take the number 384 days and multiply it by other numbers that are natural to the I Ching. So I took 384 days and I multiplied it times 64. And I discovered that this is 67 years, 104.25 days. And I noticed that that is 6 sunspot cycles of 11 years, assigning 1 sunspot cycle to each line of the hexagram. I also, in then researching sunspot cycles, I discovered that there is not only an 11-year sunspot cycle, there is also a 33-year major sunspot cycle, which would naturally fall to each trigram. And I then learned that the ancient Chinese were the first people in the world to observe sunspots. They were observing sunspots through smoked pieces of obsidian AD 1500, BC 1500. Interesting. So then I went further. I took the number 67 years, 104.25 days, and I multiplied it by 64. And I got 4,306 years, a period of time that effectively assigns 1 trigram to each zodiacal age of 2,200 years. And again, I learned that the ancient Chinese were the first people to notice the precession of the equinox, which is a very large 26,000 year cycle that repeats itself. So I thought, this is very far out. Now notice that all of these phenomena that are being coordinated by this set of resonant numbers are naked eye phenomena, lunations, sunspots, and the precession of the equinox. This can all be observed with the naked eye. We're not hypothesizing some advanced technology. We're just hypothesizing advanced conscious thinking about mathematical problems. So, this is obscure. I thought maybe I could publish an article in Sky and Telescope or Archaeology or something, I Ching linked to ancient Neolithic resonance calendar. Not the sort of thing that would move you to the edge of your chair in most cases. But I had the very strong conviction when I looked at this wavy structure, this 3-level structure that I described to you, the very strong conviction that somehow this was very important, that it was, that I had not gone far enough, and that this was somehow a picture of time. And I began to think about time, and I began to try and understand it the way the ancient Chinese understood it, the way the people who created and inherited the I Ching understood it. And I came by reading a lot of Chinese philosophy in translation to see that the Chinese have a completely different view of time from the Western thing. And I want to now make a little caesura here and background you in this. The scientific view of time is what is called pure duration. It was defined by Newton. Essentially, time is simply what you have in order that things can happen. It's a featureless, abstract, mathematical dimension. It's not a thing in the world. It's an idea. It's an idea. And that notion of time, that it is featureless and perfectly smooth, probabilistically, persisted up until 1905, when there was minor adjustments made in it by Einstein, who added the caveat that in the presence of massive gravitational bodies, the perfectly smooth surface is given a very, very slight curvature. Now, this idea of time is central and indispensable to science, because Western science is built on the implications of the concept of experiment and the deduction of data out of experimental procedure depends fundamentally on the assumption / belief that the time when the experiment is performed is irrelevant. Do you understand what I mean? So that when somebody says the speed of light is X, they cannot add on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but on Monday through, in other words, experimental data is assumed to be time dependent. And the underlying philosophical assumption there then is that time is this perfectly smooth, featureless surface which can always be given a zero value with confidence. That's how science does its work. All right. The Chinese idea, it could hardly be more different. The Chinese idea is closer to our notion of how matter works. The scientific idea about matter developed in the West is that matter is made up of elements, and these elements at a certain level of energy are irreducible. They cannot be changed into each other. We now know that in the nuclear level, they can be changed into each other. But at the level of ordinary chemical process, elements are fundamental. And there are 106 or 7 or 8 of them. And all material phenomena are built up out of these 108 elements. The Chinese notion of time is very similar to this. It's the idea not that time is a philosophical abstraction, but that time is a very diffuse but real medium, somewhat the way we conceive of an electromagnetic field, and that time is composed of elements, and that these elements are irreducible, and that there is a finite number of them, not 108, as we believe about the elements of matter, but guess what? 64. 64 temporal elements. Think of them as 64 species of happenstance. And the Chinese idea is that the world of ongoing becoming, the phenomenal world undergoing the formality of occurring, is an interference pattern created by the interplay and intermeshing and intermingling of these temporal elements, these temporal species. So that then the theory of the I Ching is it's sort of like sticking a dipstick into an engine to see the level of the oil. You throw the I Ching, and the universal temporal flux that is flowing by at many speeds on many levels, you perform a measurement on it. You take an average, as it were, and you discover, hexagram 49 changing to 13 or whatever it is. It's a gestalt readout of the immediate situation in the temporal flux. Do you see? So, and it's a completely different idea from the idea about time in the West, because what it says is that time is as important as space, that you never have the same set of conditions twice. The perfectly smooth Aristotelian surface of time established by Newton is seen to be a fiction. And now notice that Western science began with Aristotelian objects, perfect circles, perfect cubes, and the Copernican revolution in astronomy was essentially the getting rid of perfect circles in the Ptolemaic system. One by one, the perfect philosophical objects of Greek mathematics had to be discarded. The only one we've hung on to up until the present moment is this myth of the perfectly smooth surface of time in contraposition to this Chinese position. Now, think about your own experience. What we experience is much more like what the Chinese say time is like. We experience surges of connection and coincidence, and then dry spells. We experience waves of synchronicity, and everything seems to go right, then everything seems to go wrong. We don't seem to be living on a perfectly flat probabilistic plane. We seem to be living in a kind of heaving ocean of synchronicity and probability and uncertainty and so forth and so on. Okay, close paragraph. Back to the rack. This three-level thing that I had created, I had a very strong intuition that it was describing this ebb and flow that I'm talking about. And I could have used Taoist terminology. I could have called it the Tao wave or something like that. But I wanted to anchor it in a metaphysic that I knew was mathematically secure. So I adopted the vocabulary of Alfred North Whitehead, who I think is one of the great neglected geniuses of the 20th century. I need to throw away your Sanskrit dictionaries, folks. It was all done in good Oxfordian English by Whitehead. And in a book called Process and Reality, which is his masterpiece, he develops at great length the concept of novelty and the idea that the universe is an ebb and flow of novelty, that the way to think of reality is as a kind of dynamic tension between two forces, which I've adapted from Whitehead, and then following a suggestion of Rupert Sheldrake's, I've called these two forces habit and novelty. And habit and novelty are locked in eternal dynamic tension. Every time there's a surge of novelty, it's eventually quenched and halted by a reversion to habit. Every time there is an accumulation of constipated habit, tradition, repetition, entropy, it's eventually perturbed by an outbreak of novelty. And this happens on every time scale. It happens on a scale of billions of years. It happens on a scale of microseconds. Habit, novelty, habit, novelty. But, and here's the good news, it is in fact not an eternal struggle, because over eons of time, novelty is winning. Novelty is winning. It is slowly accumulating. Novelty builds upon previously established foundations of novelty. Now, previously in the weekend, I used the word complexity because I hadn't explained this term. But can you see how it works? It's that upon the atoms, which are novel when they first appear, come the molecules, a new form of novelty. Upon the rules of molecular construction can build long-chain polymers, a deeper emergence into novelty. Upon those long-chain polymers can be built self-replicating molecules like DNA that are the basis for life. Deeper descent into novelty. Upon DNA can be built complex membranes, multicellular animals, life as we know it, deeper advance into novelty, and upon the platform of organic life rises the platform of higher mammalian organization, and upon the platform of higher mammalian organization arise as the platform of self-reflecting primate consciousness, and upon that platform is built an electronic, globe-girdling civilization that can hurl instruments outside the solar system and measure the temperatures of distant stars. Novelty is winning. Now, one more thing to notice about this, each stage of advance into novelty happens faster than the stage which preceded it. This is not a curve like this into novelty, or like this steeply descending into novelty. It's a curve like this. It's a spiral where each turn of the spiral happens at a rate of collapse 1/64th that of the length of the previous spiral. And these were the things which were whispered to me by this disembodied voice during this period of time when my friends were holding meetings about whether it should be the tranquilizing dart or physical overwhelmment.
Terence, why does it come at 64 as fast as coming? Is that speculation? I mean,
well, I'll show you when I get to it on the computer here. Yeah.
Well,
Yes. Think of it as an involuting spiral that's going faster and faster toward an omega point. Okay. Now, if you haven't understood anything so far, it's all right, because, as you'll see, so I had all these convictions about time and all these ideas, and I was just abuzz with it. I mean, I was frightening people. I could hold people prisoner for 16 hours at a stretch. I didn't sleep often. I would hold forth. I mean, I was not publicly presentable. It's taken this long to get it dialed down to a user-friendly piece of entertainment rather than a burning-eyed hysterical rave. But so I had this occult diagram, this 3-level wavy system of lines, and I would carry it around like a scroll and show it to people. It's about 8 feet long, and say, this is a map of time. This is a map of hyperspace. This is an intellectual achievement on the scale of the wheel or something, and it's been passed down. I was on Mount Sinai, and here's what the burning bush said. And most people just turned away, gasped. But my friend Ralph Abraham said to me, he said, this thing is just an occult diagram. Only you can interpret it. It means nothing to anybody else. What you have to do is you have to turn it into an ordinary mathematical object of some sort. He said all objects, all topologies can be transformed into other topologies. You must take this thing and turn it into a normal mathematical object of some sort. Well, essentially, this was like telling a turtle to fly. I mean, I'm not a mathematician. Remember the stabbing. So I just thought, well, this is a kind of a death sentence on this rap, because orthodox research mathematicians lock their doors when they know I'm coming. And I don't have the head to do this. I do not even know where to begin on such a task. And so I sat with it for like 3 years. And then one afternoon in Berkeley, I was getting loaded, and as I usually do. And I saw how it could be done. Just within 30 seconds, I saw how this complex occult mathematical thing could be turned into an ordinary fractal wave that could be displayed on a Cartesian graph and time scaled. And I made notes and went through it, and yes, it could be done. It could be done. And all my so-called occult intuitions about the wave were preserved in the new mathematical object that I had created that perfectly preserved everything about the other wave. I hesitated because I think that I created is a misnomer. I mean, this stuff was just downloaded as fast as I could listen to it, and I felt no responsibility for it at all. I mean, I was just sitting there going, I see, yes, right, like that. We created the first simulations, timescale simulations of the wave on CDC 6400 at Cal in Fortran on punch cards in 1975, and then in 77, small computers came along, and we've been modeling and working with this thing ever since. Now, if you didn't understand any of that, it's okay. The next part is still fun. All you need to know is that through some kind of mumbo jumbo having to do with the I Ching, I claim to have a wave which describes history. That's it. Because here's the thing. This theory, unlike any theory to emerge out of the occult or the New Age in this century, this theory can be tested and overthrown by ordinary means. In other words, this theory wants to play with the big boys. This is a mathematically anchored theory that makes a fundamental attack on scientific ontology in its own terms. And the test is history. No one has ever been able to model history predictively. No one has ever been able to predict the future accurately. And I maintain that within the terms that I will establish in the rest of the lecture, we have succeeded. And this proves my contention that what psychedelics are tools for entry into a higher mathematical superspace. They are not intrinsically about the human psyche. They are about something much more fundamental to the structure of the universe. They're about the way space and time and casuistry are put together. And what we see when we take high doses of psychedelics is we see a higher dimensional modality in the mathematical sense, not in the metaphorical sense, but we actually are somehow liberated from the incoming sensorium of three-dimensional space and liberated into a higher dimension. Well, so now, God willing, I want to turn to the computer, and you can say about the computer, there's nothing magical about the computer. I did all this work without computers. I mean, a rapidograph and a hand calculator, but it was maddening because there are thousands and thousands of arithmetical operations demanded by the execution of this algorithm. And if you screw up in any of these arithmetic moves, you'll blow the final configuration of the wave. So the computer guarantees accuracy. It keeps us always perfectly positioned in time, and it gives us to 5 decimal points accurate depiction of this mathematical object. So really what the computer is like a camera eye that is allowing us to rove and scan at will through a fractal curve revealed by the mushroom and claimed by it to be a map of the ebb and flow of novelty in hyperspace. Now that would be challenging enough, I think. However, that's only half of what you have to swallow. Remember how I said each stage follows more quickly than the one which preceded it? Well, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out then that in a system like that, eventually the stages will follow each other, one upon the other, very quickly. And throughout this weekend, I have hinted by implication that history represents a kind of ingression of a new epoch of laws and possibilities into the biological world. Still more so, the 20th century represents a further quickening of this process of the ingression of novelty. But since the collapse factor is 64, we're actually on a collision course with a singularity of some sort. And the wave description of history that I'm going to show you will only correctly predict history if it is placed against the historical data in a certain unique configuration. The problem with that is, if it's a problem, is that that configuration seems to predict that the most novel moment in the history of the evolution of the cosmos lies only 18 years in the future now. And I had chosen this date based on the mathematical constraints of the theory before I learned that this date, December 21st, 2012, is the date for the close of the Mayan calendar. Now, this is an extraordinary coincidence. The only thing that I have in common with the high classic Maya is that we both used mushrooms. Is it conceivable that if you go deep enough into the mushroom, there's a kind of barcode message at the end of the hallway? And when you decipher the glyph, it says, discard before December 21st. So well, there are two things to talk about. First, I want to look at the wave with you and try to convince you that it is, if not true, at least it's like, if it's not true, then I've trapped a hallucination in a mathematical cage. Because if it's not true, then it's kind of a virtual mirage of truth. Because it seems true. It's simply that it leads to an impossible conclusion. That the world is going to transform itself unrecognizable in a few incredibly intense moments, 18 years in the future. But then, once this possibility is enunciated and you begin to look around you, this seeming improbable proposition begins to make a certain kind of sense. And that's where then you have to decide ideologically where you're headed with this stuff. Okay, well, enough razzle-dazzle. Now, Tamara, do you want to bring?
Oh, yeah. How does that relate to like the Tibetan calendar on the Indian? They sort of have an Indian calendar.
Well, the Indian calendar is cyclical but eternal. That's where you have very large cycles of time, larger and larger. This calendar is cyclical, but it's what's called a damped oscillation. You know how if you pluck the string of a cello or something, it will make a tone, but it will finally run down. That's a damped oscillation. This is a picture of a damped oscillation. We could almost think of God plucking the string of universal nothingness, and out of it emanates the tone of apparent reality, which then condenses into a series of damped oscillations which push novelty toward one and concentrate novelty toward one end of the process, and then it moves off into a higher dimension. I mean, there's the cosmology in a nutshell. Yeah.
How do you reach the same conclusion on main content?
Well, I reached the conclusion by fitting historical data to the wave and then simply going and looking to see where the zero point of the wave fell. Well, all the historical data. I guess I should explain that.
Where's the starting? Where's the beginning of it?
Well, the cycles can be propagated backward into time to scales larger than the known age of the universe. Here's the way the game is played. First of all, let's be honest here. History is not quantified data field. In other words, we can't say the French Revolution was a 22, the American Revolution was a 16, or something like that. History is not a quantified data field. Nevertheless, if we're going to talk about something called novelty in history, I think broad general statements will find general agreement. For example, the Italian Renaissance was very important for world history. I think anybody who wants to fight that is on a loser's binge. Here's another statement. The Greek Golden Age was very important for world history. You may not like it, you may think it's a white boys game, some beat like that, but let's face it, Greek science became Western science, which rules the world. We're not making moral value judgments here. We're just trying to look at history and say, where were the great breakthroughs which configured subsequent events? So I named two areas, the Periclean age of Athens, and the Italian Renaissance. Well, so if you had a theory of history that predicted novelty, and it failed to predict either of those epochs as being novel, it would be reasonable to think your theory was bogus, right? Okay, so that's how the game is played. We're going to look at some history, and we're going to put the wave against it. And we're going to talk about whether or not the wave, in fact, predicts the ebb and flow of novelty as we collectively as a group know it to have occurred. So it's like a little tour of the past 6 billion years with the roadmap of the novelty wave in hand. We'll be looking at the landscape going by, and we'll be looking at the roadmap, and we'll be asking the question, is this map a map of this road? That's a simple enough problem. Okay, let me see if we can get into it, and this will make it more clear. Yeah, let's take a short break. Take 3x5 cards. You need to put your address down. Brian is handing out the cards here. You don't necessarily need to use your real name. Just use a name that will get it to your P.O. box. Brian, do you want to say something about this?
Yeah. Right now, the purpose is just to get resources, the names of books, sources for seeds, things like that. Also to talk about events and historical happenings, the discovery of new things. There seems to be some major issues related to whether people want to give their names to me. I have an option to that, and that is that you can send me a name and address to my P.O. box, and I'll send an initial issue of this to you. That way it gives you time to get a P.O. box and a fake name, or if you want to do that. If you don't want to do that, just give me your address and name. I assure you, complete privacy, that your name and address will never leave my office from the computer. That type of thing, secure.
Now, if you want to get the full 12 hours of taping, this would be $80. And we're going to take names at the end of the workshop and pass those on to Merlin so that he will be contacting you with the information. So be sure to do it today or at the end of it. This is not going out commercially. This will be just for us. So.
Either announcement.
I just wanted to add something about Wild Wellness catalog. It's a list of underground books and catalogs and future seminars coming up. So it's really informative. This is Rob Wallman, the engineer that Tamrat just mentioned.
Get into this program. Somebody asked me during the break if this program was easy to use. It is easy to use. It's commercially available in this configuration, which is an MS-DOS configuration. There's also a Mac configuration. So if you don't own a computer, you don't need one of these. But here's promo for with an address of a company that sells this, and the new MS-DOS advanced version contains a program that will convert Mayan dates to standard dates to Mayan, just as a freebie. It contains all kinds of research subroutines that we created to search for other rare sequences, so forth and so on. If any of you think you might be interested in this same company sells the Mac version, so even if you're a Mac person, you should take this for the address. And I'll just circulate those. If this is not enough, I'll buy a more. Okay. What's the number? I'm not sure. $80, I think, for the advanced version, which is, I think, called 4.2, something like that. Okay, now we're gonna look at this. If anybody wants to come up and sit on the floor, it's fine. Unfortunately, it's a problem to see this screen for so many people, and the technology for projecting computer screens is kind of nicky. So just to please yourself. Okay, now with what was said before the break as the prolegomena. Here's the deal. Prolegomena. Prolegomena comes before and epilegomena comes after. A hypoxlegomena occurs only once. Do you know what a hypoxlegomena is? It's a word that occurs only once in the known literature of a language. You understand concept like that word? Maybe. Okay, now let me see if I've got this puppy set up. Yeah. Graph the wave. This is always the yes, it worked good. Okay, now everything I said, if you didn't understand it at all, what's going to happen now should still be somewhat coherent to you. This is a graph of novelty over time. It happens to be 6 billion years because I chose it to be 6 billion years. Today, it is down here somewhere. The lower the line, the closer the line to this horizontal axis, the higher the novelty. This is the reverse of a stock market graph. In other words, we don't want to see it go up. We want to see it go down. And what it shows is that over the last 6 billion years, generally speaking, novelty has been increasing. However, there have been some major hiccups in that process. So it's not a smooth descent into novelty. Yes. Yeah, these two terms, habit and novelty. When the wave is ascending, habit is increasing. When the wave is descending, novelty is increasing. Novelty means new connections, new technologies, new languages, migrations of people, cometary extinctions, surprises, the unexpected, innocence, number 25, the unexpected. Habit, on the other hand, means traditional activity, repetition of previously performed action, inertia. I think the gestalt difference between these two things is fairly clear, am I right? Habit and novelty, that says it. Okay, so now here's what I'm going to do to try and convince you of the power of this idea. We're going to look at the history of the Earth from the earliest Earth down to the earthquake in LA 2 weeks ago, and I will lead you through the data. And the question you should be asking yourself is something like this. This clown says that this describes the ebb and flow of novelty in history. Does it fit my personal intuitions about that subject, right? Okay, 6 billion years on the screen. Now what it's showing is that at about 4,900,000,000 years ago, there was a very steep descent into novelty. This is the condensation and stabilization of the crust of the planet itself. I mean, this is literally the coming into being of the Earth here, the condensation of the Earth, the formation of oceans. I mean, there was some kind of catastrophic period before that, but here a stable planet forms. And then this period of exploration down to about 2.8 billion years ago, this ends with the earliest forms of prokaryotic life. And then, I don't know how many of you, prokaryotic life is life where the DNA is naked. It's not contained in a cellular membrane. That comes later. Those are called eukaryotes, and that's one of the great early transitions in terrestrial biology. But at the appearance of the prokaryotes, oxygen began to be produced as a waste product of this early form of biology, and oxygen was a toxic reducing gas. It actually threatened the evolution of early life on the planet until membranes and enzyme transfer systems could be evolved that could essentially allow life to survive in what was a toxic, oxygen-rich environment. And that's what this shows here. This is the crisis created by the accumulation of atmospheric oxygen. Once it was evolutionarily overcome, the plunge into novelty resumes with a vengeance. Now, someone could say that this is also imprecise. I mean, we're talking hundreds of millions of years here. Yes, but we're going to close distance with the present with ever finer and more precise resolution. But always remember that the position of the wave has been chosen so that the maximum point of novelty, the maximum singularity, rests on the solstice moment of December 21st, 2012. That's way down here. That's the only point in the entire mathematical system that has a value of 0. It's the unique 0 point. That's why the program is called Time Wave 0. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to exercise just one of many of the program's functions, and I'm going to zoom toward the present, and we're going to see half as much time on each screen and twice as much detail. Do you understand what's happening? We're flying into the data by a magnification factor of 2, and then I'll explain and interpret it as we go along. Okay, hold on. If you like, yes, it's optional. Zoom, yes. Seek minimum, no. Approach factor, 2. 3 billion years. 1.5 billion years. So get the idea? How it works? Now, this is, for all practical purposes, other than little globular slimes and stuff like this is the real history of biology on this planet. I mean, if you were to go 1.5 billion years into the past, it's dreary indeed. I mean, there is no life on the land. There's life in the sea, eukaryotic, microscopic life, but this is essentially the entire picture of the thing. I'm writing a book about this, and I called the book History's Fractal Mountain, and there it is. This is the signature of time itself. And notice that on the highest level, what this is saying is almost trivial. What it's saying is that everything has a beginning, it builds to a middle, it falls to an end, there's a period of reflection, and it's over. Now, this could be the firing of a nerve, or it could be the life of a star. It could be the history of a species, a love affair, a company takeover, an atomic explosion. In other words, it's a process. All process is embedded in other forms of process. Process within process within process until we reach the highest level of the all-inclusive process called the cosmos. So what this is saying is that between 1.3 billion and 700 million years ago, roughly 800 million years ago, there was a period of increasing habit, increasing reversion to traditional patterns. Now, what this actually is life's conquest of the ocean, and the filling of the ocean with multiple species of life, and the development and occupation of all niches in the ocean. Then, 800 million years ago, life leaves the sea. That's the symmetry break. You can see it right there. And from that point on, the conquest of the land by plant and animal life has, at this scale, been virtually a smooth cascade into novelty, although you can see that there is stochastic oscillation in the last 200 million years of that process. Now that, yes.
You think of, just as a side thing, if you think of novelty as the hexagram of innocence, then you might think of the other condition as number 12, stagnation.
Yeah, that's good.
That would be an analog.
That's good. Okay, so this is basically the picture of the career of biology on this planet. And notice that it has a period of fluctuation around the mean, but then about 60 million years ago, it falls to an entirely new level of novelty, and then the mathematical details are lost in the compression of the data field, but we can explode them. It's so much fun to say stuff like that. Seek minimum, no. Approach factor 2, yes.
That's a good question.
750 million years.
Is the
375 million, yes. What?
right to describe what's happening historically, or do we have to know all of that biological history?
This is amazing. Well, what I'm trying to do is find a CD-ROM company who will give me a pile of money so that I can build a huge image-based chronological database so that by just pointing at a place on the wave, we would be flooded with fossils, armor, battle maps, text, like that. I haven't yet crossed that Rubicon.
Certainly not the only CD-ROM out and have all the equipment to do that.
Yeah, well, I can prove a mill is as weird as Hollywood, the world of multimedia. I mean, if I had $1 for every million that's been tossed around in conversation, I could buy a VCR. Okay, now, this is the last 375 million years. The last 375 million years. Now, some of you who are students of this is named Stuart Dawkins and that crowd, know that the reigning theory now in evolutionary theory is called the theory of punctated evolution, that evolution occurs in sudden spurts, then stabilizes itself, and then does it again. Here it is, folks. This is what we're seeing here. These are sudden surges in speciation, which I don't have time to go into it here, but in my book I'll go into it in excruciating detail. These correspond well with known periods of evolutionary surge following extinction events. We don't know whether these extinction events are planetesimal impacts or geomagnetic reversals, but they're very large terrestrial changes, either mediated out of Earth dynamics or from the extraterrestrial environment. So here you see it over 375 million years. Okay, now I'll resume with Zoom. If anybody has special knowledge in some field and wants to help, that's fine. Yeah.
It's from biological psychology or listening.
Paleontological data is what we're looking at this scale. Yeah.
You show us, I don't see quite a 64 times faster cycle yet.
Well, see how it always runs down? This is one way of mathematically portraying that spiral involution. The data could be plotted along a logarithmic spiral, but instead it's deployed here along a standard Cartesian axis. These are just different conventions about how the data should be displayed. There are ways to portray it that would show it as an involuted spiral. Okay, now let's review this.
It being a spiral and having three dimensions, is that here we're only looking at two of them. So when that spiral moves along the spiral, is there something happening there that?
Well, I mean, this is an interesting question. Obviously, the Earth cannot be treated as a point where novelty is concerned. Otherwise, when I laugh, you laugh. You know, there would be no such thing as misery in the presence of joy. There would be a homogeneous medium. I have not figured out how to deploy the wave over three-dimensional space. With a silicon graphics machine, you could write programs to fiddle with this possibility, and then you'd be able to not only predict when the novelty should show up, but where it should show up. And that would be add a very powerful dimension of description to the thing. Okay. 1, 2 minutes. 1, 2. Huh?
How far can you write from our level?
There's 93 million years. Now remember, we began looking at 6 billion years. We're now looking at a much smaller amount of time. Also notice that as we get closer to the present, our data is both denser and more accurate. And when we say when eukaryotic life appeared, no, you could be off 200 million years and it would hardly matter. But it's getting more precise. Now, on screen, we actually have very precise data about an event which occurred 65 million years ago, and that was very, very temporally confined. I think I mentioned it earlier, that on a certain day, 65 million years ago, a planetesimal object struck this planet in the vicinity of Yucatan, a subfragment impacted near the Solomon Islands. The fragment that struck near the Yucatan was 25 miles deep into the planetary surface in the first 3 seconds of the impact event. It raised a wall of rock 40,000 feet high that moved out at Mach 4 from the impact center. You cannot conceive of what this is like. And all life on this planet, larger than a chicken, died. All life on this planet. The dinosaurs died in a single impact event. The evidence for this is overwhelming. The people who don't believe this have a tough and slippery road to hoe. The evidence is all over. I can state it for you if you want, but take it from me. This is as secure as any other fact in the canon of natural science. It happened, folks. And any theory of novelty would have to predict it, or it would fail. Here we are, 65 million years ago. There it is. There's the impact point. Now, at this level of accuracy in terms of the wave and the known date of the impact, this is a bullseye for this theory. It predicted the most dramatic event in the last 100 million years. It predicted with 100% accuracy within the margins of error of the known data. Yes.
That's an event that happens very, very fast. Because before that, there was no change necessarily in the level of habit and novelty. And suddenly you have this major event that happens, and you can go straight down.
And we would think, why isn't the point here? Well, you're right. You're absolutely right. Well, but what has given a small measure of hope to the anti-planetesimal people is the fact that it is true that a die-off was in progress for unknown reasons. In other words, in the several million years before the cometary impact, it is true that there is a decline in the number of species for unknown reasons. We may get back to this in the course of the morning, because I suspect that biology has a transtemporal dimension, and that it was actually bracing, in a sense, bracing for the impact. But that's speculative. Yeah.
Was there a real convergence between this event and the rocket there? Or did you use the event as a marker to break the model?
No, I didn't use this event to place the module. The two events I used were the Italian Renaissance and the late 20th century.
You were way down.
Yeah, I was way down, digging in the details of the data. This is one of these successes of the theory, that it correctly indicated where this planetesimal impact occurred.
Is there one way to discover the point?
Well, it's in a period of steep descent into novelty. We'll probably pass through it here.
Your background into my calendar, wouldn't that just have one peak every 64th cycle? In which case, what are all the little peaks for? In other words, wouldn't you just say there's a peak of novelty at each of those, the apex of the curve? But how can you add all the little ones? Well, where do they come from?
Well, I guess I didn't. Part of it that I spared you was, remember when I said I got loaded and I figured out how to mathematically collapse the wave, the occult diagram into the Cartesian wave? It's built into this. I just spared you the mathematical details of how this was done. It's trivial, but maddening. So it's all explained in my published stuff. It's all been gone over by professionals. It's solid. It's just too much to expect a non-mathematical audience to put up with. Okay. So 93 million years on the screen, now we're going to zoom in. $46 million years, 23 million years, 11 million years. This is our story. This is our story, yes.
You covered most of the mathematics and basis of the theory of this in the invisible landscape.
Yes. And the invisible landscape will be republished on the 15th of April in a new edition from Harper. So if you enjoyed True Hallucinations but wondered what the real basis for all that was, the invisible landscape is an absolutely uncompromising and pitiless revelation of all of this stuff. Okay, the last 11 years. Now, this is the period in which the primates go from being one of many complex mammalian orders to emerging as something of quite a different order. Bipedalism, binocular vision, the descent from the trees, the coordination of language, so forth and so on. And, you know, they're moving these skeletons around all the time, Homo habilis, the whole pantheon of skeletal material that backs up the theory of human origins. What this basically shows is that for the last 11 million years, there has been a fairly smooth descent into novelty that reached a kind of equilibrium about 5 million years ago, and that's when you get the earliest hominoids, and then went along oscillating more or less around the mean, and these low points, which we'll look at in more detail, are glaciations, until about 100,000 years ago, and then there was an even deeper plunge into novelty. And remember, this is all being generated from December 21, 2012, and we're now looking at only 11 years, a tiny fraction of the time we began on the screen. So let me zoom again. And I should say, I'm using this zoom function, but the software has many, many functions. We could choose out any portion of this and explode the data endlessly. And there are all kinds of functions that are not being discussed here because there simply isn't enough time. Zoom, yes. Zoom, yes. Seek minimum, no. Protracted, 2. 11 million years, 5 million years. Let's look at this for a minute. Now, notice that the theory is not shy about making predictions. It is very clear and concise. I mean, these predictions, if you wanted to, are to the minute as to where the novelty maximum fell. I mean, if we went into one of these troughs and blew it up and blew it up and blew it up, we could get right down to the minute. It is an incredibly mathematically precise and unambiguous thing. Now, all it predicts is where the novelty will occur. It doesn't say what the novelty will be. By being so conservative in what it says happens, it gains great explanatory power in saying when it will happen. It's almost like the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, where you can either state the position or the velocity of a particle, but you cannot state the position and the velocity. As one comes into focus, the other loses resolution. These are glaciations. And when you compare it to the established data on glaciations that petrologists and paleontologists have assembled, the agreement is striking. You know, there is excellent agreement with the data on every level. This is the last 5 million years, and this is the extraordinary environment in which human beings were hammered out on the anvil of evolution. And it's clear what was going on, that one thing that was driving evolution was because of these glaciations, gene populations were were repeatedly being islanded, indemnified, and then the glaciers would melt and these indemnified gene pools would flow together and create unique genetic combinations. Then the glaciers would come again, re-indemnify the gene pool, then melt again. And as you see, this happened over and over again. Well, this is a strategy for pumping novelty out of the biome, out of the biological system. Okay, now, so the evolution of the proto-hominids is going along across here. These are a combination of glaciations, geomagnetic reversals, and climatary fluctuations. And when you put all this data together, it is in pretty striking agreement with this, which is generated, remember, always simply out of the I Ching. This is a pure mathematical abstraction. Okay, now let's go forward. $5 million years on the screen, 2.9 million years on the screen, 1.4 million years on the screen. Now, some of you may have noticed, just as an aside, that occasionally a screen will go by that you may have the impression you've seen it before. This is because every 8 levels with an approach factor of 2, the topology will repeat, but the numerical valuation is always unique. Every point in the wave has a unique numerical valuation, but the topological relationship repeats in a series of fractal resonances. Well, by factors, by multiples of 64. See, by multiples of 64. Okay, so this is the same picture that we had on the screen when we had 6 billion years on the screen, remember? So now the fact that we have this pattern again is an opportunity for me to talk about another level of this theory, which is resonance. Because patterns repeat themselves, this is a theory of time as a kind of interference pattern, as a series of resonances. So remember I said this is where the Earth condenses? Well, this is also where the cometary impact fell that extinguished the dinosaurs. Remember that one? It's also the descent into human organization 1 million years ago. And by this time, the genus Homo was beginning to make its influence felt in Africa. I mean, this is really the descent into humanness along this gradient here. The oldest Homo sapiens skeleton known to exist that is anatomically indistinguishable from modern human beings was from the Classis River Cave mouth site 100,000 years ago. People that looked exactly like you and me, as far as we can tell from the skeletal remains. Let's go forward and look at them. Factor of 2, always just to keep it consistent here. Okay, 1.4 million years, 700 million years, 700,000 years, 360,000 years, 183,000 years on the screen. Here is the rapid evolutionary descent that stabilizes Homo sapiens sapien as he and she exist today right there. This is the beginning of authentic humanness. And you see then that once the human type was established, then there is a fluctuation around the mean, obviously, epidemics, migrations, minor local extinctions, minor planetary fluctuations, so forth and so on. But from here on, look how close to the singularity of the 0 point the thing is operating. And I should say, you need to link what I'm saying here with what I said yesterday about how time is not pushed from behind by causal necessity. Time is drawn toward the future by the presence of a singularity, the attractor. The attractor I'm locating at the winter solstice of 2012 AD, which is right down here. So, what we're saying is that novelty, there is a kind of ultimate novelty dwell in the universe, which the process of universal evolution is orbiting around in a decaying orbit that moves it faster and faster, and eventually it will actually fall into the event horizon of the singularity, and that this is now only 18 years in the future. That's the hard swallow. Every theory, let me say this about the hard swallow. Every theory has a hard swallow. If it seems absurd to you that the Earth could transform itself in a single few hours, 18 years in the future, remember what orthodoxy teaches. The orthodox faith is that the universe sprang from nothing in a single moment for no reason. So if you sneer at this singularity, just be aware that your drawers are open because science is balanced on an initial axiomatic absurdity that defies scaling. You can't imagine anything less likely than that the universe would spring from nothing in a single moment yet.
All the things you show are related to mankind, not the universe. It's strictly on planet Earth. Is how do we know what else is going to pull us the center of the universe and everything that happens as the field?
Yes, exactly. Because I think a fair examination of nature will lead to the conclusion that nature tends to concentrate novelty at a cutting edge. For a long time, the cutting edge was physics. Then chemistry replaced physics as the cutting edge. Then biology replaced physics as the cutting edge. Then culture replaced biology, and global electronic culture replaced culture. The interesting thing about this theory is, one of the interesting things is, unlike science, which says you are an irrelevant spectator who by sheer happenstance happens to be in this universe, this theory says you are the child of the cosmos. You are important. Humanity matters. The human drama is an extension of the drama of life, which is the drama of matter. It once again makes human beings metaphysically central to the process of being. It re-empowers us as central players in the emergence of novelty on a cosmic scale. That's right. Yeah.
Nowhere else the law and or the business environment. I'm not guessing this.
Well, it doesn't really make a statement about that. What it is a wave mechanical description of the evolution of novelty on the Earth, and it makes no statement about the extraterrestrial environment. However, as we'll see, we don't get many opportunities to predict extraterrestrial events, but as we will see, the cometary impact on Jupiter next July, it does pick up. That's maybe an indication that it is a solar system-wide wave system rather than a planetary-wide wave system, but I see no reason to extend it further than the.
If you recall that, then the applicability is really Earth itself.
Well, I follow your thinking, but I'm not sure I agree with it. when I tried to think about how could someone have figured this out, let's accept for a moment that maybe this is true. Then how in the hell could somebody have figured this out? Here's what I imagine as the basis of it. I imagine a prehistorical civilization somewhere in Central Asia that is psychologically and in its cultural values very different from us, and that is involved in something which, for want of a better word, let's call meditation. And let's leave it out the issue of whether it's psychedelically driven or not. Let's just call it meditation. It is true that a very deep set of meditation techniques called the clearing of the heart techniques can be traced back to that general same geographical area. So here's what I imagine. Experimental spiritual people meditating. And, there's a whole thing in I Ching about meditation. It's the hexagram keeping still, which says, and that's what these stilling the heart techniques are about, is keeping still. And I think what's hinted at here is a kind of yoga where by keeping still, by suppressing heartbeat, breath, suppressing all the gross functions of the body, the observing mind falls in to the quantum mechanical foundations of biology, and there you see flux, you see something, you see change, and if you watch it a lifetime, a century, a millennia, as a brotherhood or a sisterhood of people accumulating and passing on data, eventually you can make statements about this flux. Statements such as, it is composed of parts. Its parts are not infinite in number. In fact, its parts are 64 in number. And so I think that what they were doing was they were experientially practicing quantum mechanics by giving a phenomenologically accurate description of the ebb and flow of quantum bioelectronic flux in the body, and they created a notation system, just the way chemists created a notation system for the physical elements. They created this system of 64 notations, and said, this kind of flux is related to human concepts of innocence, the unexpected. This kind of flux is related to the human concept of the well, or the marrying maiden, or the army, or something else. In other words, the hexagrams. So I think the whole of the universe, including, and this refers to your comment, including the illumination cycles, are actually built up out of resonances that come out of the quantum mechanical domain. Do you see how that could work? Yeah.
Following that line of thought, is it possible to use this graphic for personal information as another thing?
Well, that's an interesting question too. Let me answer first. The question was, is it possible to use this wave as a personal description of the ebb and flow of novelty in your own life? Yeah, the next date's curious. We'll get to that. Here, but let me follow this thing through about the personal thing. This was also a crisis for astrology. Astrology was originally a tool of statecraft used to chart the destiny of the imperium. It was only in Hellenistic times, when a yuppie class evolved inside Hellenistic civilization, that there became a market for personal horoscopes, and then it began to be developed. One thing you can do, and I am not, this is all experiment, this isn't dogma, but one thing you can do that's very interesting is you can take your birth date and add 67 years, 104.25 days to your birth date, and enter that date as the end date instead of December 21st, 2012. And if you enter that date as an end date, striking numbers of people claim that it gives a good description of the ebb and flow of novelty in their own lives. Now, I'm not sure that's true. If it's true, here's my interpretation of what that means. It means that this big wave that we're looking at should be thought of as the average of all the little waves that we each represent. I'm one, you're one, everybody and everything has a wave associated with it. Every person, every plant, every animal, and the sum total of these waves is the universal wave. And you can argue top down or bottom up. It really doesn't matter. Yeah.
Meteor that escaped Jupiter. There's a question brought up about how this describes the experience on Earth. Just trying to put that together. Would that mean that it wouldn't seem like a comet hitting Jupiter has anything to do with Earth unless this model applies to habit and belief force across the universe?
Well, we'll look at the Jupiter impact, because what it says is that the most novel week of this year on this planet will be the week of July 21st. But it's not terribly novel. It's just the most novel week of this year. So it picks it up in the sense that the planetesimal impact on Jupiter falls in the bottom of the novelty trough, but it's not a catastrophically deep or planet reshaping novelty trough. It's just the low point of the year. Oh yes, no, I don't think it will only be that. I'm just saying, I say that we already know that at the low point of novelty of this year, we already know of one really weird thing sure to happen, which is this impact point on Jupiter. Often there are low points in the wave where you don't know what the fulfillment is until you get there. But in this particular one, we already know because we can compute from Newtonian mechanics the decay of the orbit of this object. So we know when it's going to crash into the Earth. Okay, but yeah.
I just wanted to say, you were talking about your thoughts on the meditative thing and the arising of this concept. You mentioned keeping still. And if you remember the Willem Baines text, it actually says keeping the stopping still. And if you go back and look at the archaic Chinese text, it is a picture for the heart with the line that means to stop the heart. And it can be interpreted as stopping or as exactly the interpretation that you just said. So the archaic texts support absolutely that
interpretation. Okay, now let's zoom in again, because I want to get into history with you, because that's where the pebble meets the metal, because that's where we really have the data. And it's one thing to talk about biological history, it's quite another to look at the last 1,000 years. Okay, there's 183,000 years on the screen, the last 100,000 years, the last 45,000 years, and now I want to talk about it again, the last 22,000 years. Remember this signature before? The condensation of the Earth, the extinction of the dinosaurs, the emergence of the hominids, and then this is the melt, the last glacial melt occurred 22,000 years ago. Before that, the ice was as far south as Seattle. It was as far south as Baalbek in Lebanon. It began to break up. Then, this period here, up until about 9,000 BC, this is the climax of what I'm calling this partnership paradise, this psilocybin-based African nomadic orgiastic social system that was the last sane moment we ever knew. It is in this trough here that courage, altruism, love, self-sacrifice, community values, language, well, I don't know about language. Language is older, but it all came together here. This is what Rian Eisler and Maria Gimbutas and the enthusiasts of the partnership interpretation of Paleolithic time is all about. And then we know that, and then it's clear something went wrong. You can see that something went wrong. There was a reversion to habit. There was a halt in the forward descent into novelty. Well, now we know from the archaeological record that right at this time, and notice that this is the invention of agriculture, BC, 11,000 BP. Okay, across Europe, the Middle East, Central Russia, in the stratigraphy of this time period, we find what archaeologists call the Tanged Point Technocomplex. The Tanged Point Technocomplex is a situation where a distinctive kind of arrowhead is found in large assemblages of arrowheads. It is before this, in stratigraphic levels older than 11,000 BP, if you find an arrow point, you find one arrow point. It means that somebody lost this in hunting. The Tanged Point Technocomplex is different. You find assemblages of arrow points, and these are not arrow point factories. What they are is they are sites of battles between human populations. War is invented here. This is the crisis point. Africa is drying. The mushroom is disappearing. Under the pressure of that, agriculture is being invented. Warfare is being invented. The ego is being invented as psilocybin is washed out of the human population. The old primate wiring is re-emerging, and right here, male dominance, slavery, warfare, defense of sedentary populations, etc., etc., etc. It all is invented along here. This is the fall. And as you see, it represents a significant deviation from the forward thrust into novelty that would have been a continuation of this line here. A return to a primate pattern suppressed by hallucinogens for 100,000 years? No, it represents a return to genetic programming, to pre-existing habit, to animal organization triumphing over consciousness. It's a true setback, I would think. It's a recursion to an earlier pattern of behavior. That's habit by me. Yeah.
Are all the resonance fields topologically exactly the same?
Well, there are what we call direct resonances, which are topologically equivalent. And then there are near or indirect resonances, which are topologically close. And then you can set up a ranking system for that. I mean, there's a great deal about this that I'm not going to cover today. Okay, now I want to go in just a little bit more. Do you see how this works? $11,000 years. Now, this is what I wanted to talk about. Here's the Tanged Point. Here's the invention of agriculture, the establishment of agriculture, the Tanged Point Technocomplex, so forth and so on. But human creativity and human consciousness being what it is, we can't keep a good person down. So, about 7,200 years ago, begins a tremendous plunge into novelty, which reaches a deeper penetration toward the eschatonic attractor than has previously been achieved in the whole history of life on the planet. What is this? What is this? Well, some of you may know the work of an archaeologist named James Mellard. who excavated at a place in Turkey called Çatalhöyük. And Çatalhöyük was a city of 9,000 people practicing a goddess religion. 20% of the living space was dedicated to shrines to a cattle goddess. It was, I maintain, the last bastion of this earlier African goddess-centered cattle religion. And there's considerable archaeology to support this idea because many of the motifs on the pottery of Çatal, southern Turkey, are African animals, vultures and bison and this sort of thing. So Çatalhöyük flourished, and if you read the archaeological books about it, the archaeologists can barely contain themselves. I mean, this is 3,000 years before the building of the pyramids, and this is a civilization with flush toilets, glass, so forth and so on. A city of astonishing size, technical advancement, aesthetic magnificence, evidently large amounts of leisure time, so forth and so on. If any of you are interested, read Çatalhöyük, a Neolithic town in southern Turkey by James Millard. Fascinating stuff. 7200 BC, and in 6500 BC, Çatalhöyük is destroyed. Çatal levels 5A and 6 show evidence of enormously hot fires sweeping through the entire structure. It ends right there. What happened? We know what happened. The Black Cats came. Those folks from north of Lake Van in Central Asia, the wheeled chariot people, the horse-mounted people, the Indo-Europeans, our people, the people who had domesticated the horse and invented the wheel and had simultaneously invented an entirely new lifestyle for human beings, rape and pillage over large distances supported by wheeled vehicles and horsepower. And we know then that the Indo-European waves of invasion were coming across the Anatolian plateau at that time. They destroyed Çatalhöyük and follows a period of retraction, habituation, return to earlier forms. But again, so much technology, language, and sophistication had accumulated that it was very hard to keep that commitment to habit and recidivism going. So up here, there's a cemetery grave, you see, and then in perfect agreement with the wave, you get like strings, like pearls on a string, descending down this gradient deeper into novelty. You get Sumer, Ur, Chaldea, Babylon, Egypt. The wave actually supports the theosophical hallucination that Egypt attained a cultural level never before attained in the history of the earth, and not surpassed until Hellenistic times. That's the fact of the matter, and the wave portrays it perfectly. Yeah.
We also have simultaneously the creation of stone of new graves, and directly going up the thing, the Stonehenge too.
Yeah, this crop of novelty here, this is the culmination of a kind of echo of our own history. See how this gradient here is like an echo of this gradient here? This is the sweep from Sumer to the Great Pyramid. This is the sweep from Minoan Crete to the Eschaton and Starflood. So it's like an echo. It's almost as though history happened twice and ended the first time around 2300 BC and then began again around 940 BC. and swept toward the Mayan millennial moment of December 21st, 2012. And here's history's fractal mountain, from the Great Pyramid to Michael Jackson, right here. History's fractal mountain, yes. I'll explode it in front of them. So the question was, if the great, now, it's being Maui, I was about to cross a Rubicon here. The Great Pyramid the cornerstone was placed in September 2790 BC. If you have a different date, it's your problem to defend it. 50,000 years ago, placed by pagans passing by 20 million years ago, you've got a tough road to hoe. It was placed in September of 2790 BC. You just have to like it or lump it. So here it is, right down here. And then what we, and I don't know how much you know about Egyptian history, but the Great Pyramid is built at the end of a period of civilized unfoldment and is immediately followed by a collapse of Egyptian society. For about 250 years, no monuments are dedicated and no buildings of any major size are built. The Great Pyramid marks the end of what is called the Old Kingdom. The New Kingdom, or what's called dynastic Egypt, begins then about 250 years later. There was some kind of social collapse in that period that we don't know very much about. Something happened. Then from the beginning of dynastic Egypt on, they're always looking back to the Golden Age. I mean, even 1,000 years before Christ, the Egyptians were talking about the good old days and how could they get back to it and so forth and so on. So then what the wave shows is after the achievements of Egyptian civilization, a conservative, habitual, recidivist, and traditional return to patterns occurred, although it's quite dramatically punctuated with certain developments. If we look at the civilizations of the ancient world and place them along this gradient, what we've discovered here is a whole bunch of badass characters. The Mitanni, warrior people of uncertain origin, they conquer Egypt. They're followed by the Hyksos, an even more brutal and conquering people who leave no textual evidence and very little evidence of any civilization other than what they had ripped off from the higher civilizations they had conquered. That's followed by the Assyrians, equally badass. And so what we have are a series of ever more warlike, male-dominated, slave-run imperial states basing their economies on chariot-driven warfare and conquest. And that continues. Now, there are some important deviations from this. The Phoenicians invent writing in the bottom of this trough here. And then there is this symmetry break up here at the top. In terms of real history, that point, 948 AD, is when Minoan Crete, the last bastion of the goddess-worshipping culture that had been preserved out of Africa at Çatalhöyük, falls to Mycenaean pirates. This is the age of Agamemnon. This is the age when Homer sang his song. Homer sings his song at the top of his crest. And I had a professor of history at Cal who said, you want to know where it all went wrong? It all went wrong when the Greeks stopped being fishermen and pulled their boats up onto the shore and started talking philosophy. That's when it all went wrong. And that's what this shows. It shows that there was an enormous shift in cultural values that created the cascade into novelty that leads in an almost direct line to our own predicament. And that is certainly true. So now I'll any questions on that? Okay, I'll zoom in. 5,700 years, 2,800 years. This is what I wanted to talk about. Now we're getting down to the short and early because this is something we know about. This is from 589 AD to 1998. The screen is filled with predictions. It's not shy. It's not sleight of hand. It says where the novelty was and where it wasn't. How's it doing? Is it getting it right? Because you see, there's a certain kind of intellectual obligation building here. If it's right and right and right and right and right, then it must be ultimately right. And in that case, the world is about to transform itself. We are so close to being absorbed into the event horizon of the eschatonic object that all you have to do is smoke a bomb or sit and daydream, and you can see it behind closed eyelids. I mean, it is impinging on 20th century history with the impact of the sun rising over a darkened landscape. It is here. It is here. Just, you know, so, or I this is the Dark Ages here, when culture fell so low in Europe that the Byzantine thinker Microbius claimed that the circumference of a circle was twice its diameter. That's what happened to science in Europe in the Dark Ages. If it hadn't been for the Arabs preserving these Greek manuscripts in monasteries, we would have essentially gone back to a pre-Greek level of civilization. So the Arab thing is very central there. Okay, then what it shows is an incredible descent into novelty in the mid-10th century. Several things are going on. First of all, let's just get rid of the Maya. That's them taking the final dive, walking out of their cities, so forth and so on. But in terms of global novelty, the collapse of the Maya had very little consequence on Chinese, Indian, or European history. In fact, zero consequences. It wasn't even going to be known that they existed for several hundred years into the future. But what was happening, that was having an impact on all of the rest of global culture, was at Cordoba and at Baghdad, Islamic rulers, the Umayyads, in the case of Baghdad, were establishing incredible patronage of the science and the arts and architecture and design, engineering, and out of all that comes the invention of algebra, which may not seem like a big thing, but it lays the basis for the calculus and hence modern science. So this plunge into novelty is really the birth of modern science under the aegis of the Umayyads and the Cordoban caliphs, and has very little to do with Europe. Okay? Okay, then the next one, the next plunge into novelty is over here. It's not as deep as that one, and it doesn't fall from so high a point, But nevertheless, it's dramatic. 1122, the Crusades, specifically the Second Crusade, which was the important one. What this means is that the insularity of Christian Europe begins to dissolve under the impact of contact with the Orient. And it had the impact on Europe that trade with an extraterrestrial civilization would have today. And they had never seen silk brocades, perfume, pearls, spices. Psychedelic stuff is what it was. And it was pouring into Europe and creating new classes of people, new canons of aesthetics, new types of music, architecture, so forth and so on. But then this return to habit here is what I call the medieval eschaton, the freezing out. This is the high Gothic era where Europe is locked in contemplation of the teachings of the Galilean. No science exists. Art is only in the service of religion. Politics serves religion. Everything is locked in the contemplation of the Christian message. And then look, something happens here. A startling collapse into novelty in the middle 1300s, reaching its apex, reaching its deepest descent into novelty in the year 1356. What happened in 1356? 1/3 of the population of Europe dies in 18 months under the influence of the Black Plague. The greatest demographic collapse Europe has ever experienced, and it came from Central Asia, where we have no data, but we can presume that it killed as many people in those places as it did in Europe. It was a tremendously novel event in that many people died, but society rebounded rather quickly to its old habits because it did not represent a technological innovation or an intellectual breakthrough like the invention of algebra. It was simply a catastrophe. And society responded by returning rather quickly to the previous levels. I mean, if this is 1356, the top of this puppy is 1440. So in 100 years, they were able to sort of re-establish European cultural institutions and come out of that body blow. But obviously, there was a tremendous symmetry break up here at the top of this thing, and I want to magnify it so we can see it here. Okay, so here's the Black Death, 1356. Here's 1440. Clearly the initiation of a very steep symmetry break, a steep descent into novelty. What happened in 1440? Johannes Gutenberg printed the first Bible at Mainz near Frankfurt in Germany. Printing was invented, a technological and informational revolution like nothing the world had ever seen, on a scale with the invention of the alphabet or perhaps the invention of language itself. But that ain't all. 15 years later, in 1455, just as we go over the lip of this thing, the Ottoman Turks seize Constantinople and chop off all European access to the markets of the Far East. This is a total body blow to the evolution of the European economies, and a group of previously obscure northern Italian cities decide to pool their money and take a chance on some new shipbuilding and navigation techniques, and decide that they will attempt to sail around Africa to avoid dealing with the blockage of passage to the east by the Turks' seizure of Constantinople. These are the Renaissance. These people become the Renaissance princes because these previously poor Italian villages, Siena, Florence, Padua, Cordova, Civitella, they become the jewels of the Italian Renaissance. This is the Italian Renaissance, this incredible plunge into novelty. everybody you ever heard of in the Italian Renaissance is on that gradient. You know, the early guys up here, Fra Angelico, and like that, Donatello, Caravaggio, Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, Botticelli, the whole bit, and now all this art is being made. Don't forget all kinds of invention is taking place as well. And if the whole thing reaches its culmination at the bottom of this trough, 1492. Okay, now 1492 has been called the Anno Mirabiles since it happened, the year of miracles, because it was in a single year the Muslims were expelled from Spain, and these voyages of exploration were undertaken that led to the discovery of the New World. Unlike the Black Plague, where the rebound was quick, there was no rebounding from the novelty unleashed by the Italian Renaissance and the discovery of the New World. Instead, there's a long, long period in which that novelty has to be assimilated. And this is like the age of the marvelous. This is the age of the court of Rudolph and Bob. This is a period of time which stretches from 1492 to 1619. The entirety of the 16th century is along the bottom of this clock. And if you know anything about European history, you know that the 16th century was the most exotic century of the last 500 years before the 20th. I mean, this is where alchemy reached its great inflorescence. The Rosicrucian Enlightenment, the careers of Dr. Dee, of Henry Cornelius Agrippa, the remnant of John Giordano Bruno, all of that is happening here, including the discovery of the New World. Well, then something happens here, and this whole thing abruptly comes to an end. There's an end to the era of novelty in 1619. Well, what happened in 1619? Right, I know. In 1619, the 30 Years' War began. The 30 Years' War created modern Europe. When the 30 Years' War begins, Europe is thoroughly medieval, ruled by popes and kings. At the end of the 30 Years' War, Europe is a continent of nations, ruled by parliaments and councils. Here it is. You know, warfare, destroying the novelty achieved here, but with major exceptions. I call this Newton's notch. That's the founding of the Royal Society in England, Newton's Principia, Cartesian logic, so forth and so on. It all is, and you know, the English Civil War is here, the Restoration, and so forth. Wars of religion. Then, in 1740, it changes. This steep descent into novelty, from roughly 1740 to 1845, is, in its early phase, what's called the European Enlightenment, the French encyclopedists, Voltaire, all that. And in its later phase, what's called the Industrial Revolution. The American Revolution, 1776, right here. The French Revolution follows, 1789, right here. The restoration of Louis Napoleon, so forth and so on. And then this bump here is simultaneously the Franco-Prussian War in European history and the American Civil War in American history. Yeah.
I think a lot of people include, along with the Italian Renaissance and the Greek Golden Age, the birth of Christ as one of those points where the graph should do something. And I know we skipped over it. Let's be curious to see what it looked like in here.
Okay, well, we can go back to it. You're quite right. The life of Christ is very interesting because Christ is Christ, but he lived simultaneously during the reign of one of the greatest civil and military reformers of all time. I mean, Christ lived in the era of Augustinian Rome. So it's a tremendous era of novelty. I can tell you what's going on. Remember how I said that in the Minoan Crete it starts a cascade, and then that cascade doesn't flatten out until the fall of Rome. So it's in a very steep period of descent into novelty. After I go through this, I'll go back and pick it up for you if there's time. What I want to do is I want to fly toward modernity here. And here, I'll do it fairly quickly. Yeah.
You spend the same timeline
Well, two things to that. Number one, you're right, and I'll come back to that. Number two, Oriental history shows a curious parallelism with Western history. In other words, the great, the Roman Empire rises and falls almost in perfect concert with the Han Dynasty. So, you can say it's Eurocentric, although the Islamic role is strongly accentuated. I agree that it's Eurocentric. What kind of world are you living in? A Eurocentric world. The Maya, for all their accomplishments, don't deserve a blip of great depth in a universal novelty description like this, because who did they influence? Oh yeah, well that kind of thing shows up very well. Yeah, global evolution of technology, it picks up very well. Yeah. No, because there was nobody. The Toltecs a little, but who did they? The Toltecs, in the Valley of Mexico.
On for example, 1313 is, you mentioned the collapse and the retaking of the Holy Land by the Arabs. And you also have at that point the collapse and diaspora of the Templars, who gave rise to the whole age of chivalry and, the troubadour and all of that, the spreading through of medieval Europe of those esoteric ideas gained in the Holy Land during that same period of time.
That's right, the Angevine court development of Aquitaine and that whole business. Okay, now let's zoom in on modern history and finer scale stuff, because I want to show you it doesn't only work on things on a scale of 1,000 years. Okay, there's 715 years on the screen, 357 years on the screen, 178, 89 years. Let's look here for just a moment. This is from 1906 to 1996. This is a good place to show you how the resonances work. Remember how I talked about Ur, Chaldea, Babylon, and then Egypt at the bottom of the trough of history's fractal mountain? Well, what's at the bottom of that trough here? 1933. Well, WTA, I haven't thought of that. Large-scale building projects. WTA. How about this? A cult of a godlike leader. A fascination with overscale architecture, a tendency to mistreat Jews. What have we got here? We've got Nazi Germany. The word Führer and the word Pharaoh are actually etymologically related. The static, monolithic, slave labor style of ancient Egypt is recreated inside the Third Reich. Is that not weird? I asked you. Okay, so this is the early 20th century, relativity, this descent into novelty, relativity, 1906, quantum, Dada, 1919, Surrealism, the Manifesto, 1922. The Copenhagen Conference on Quantum Physics, 1923. The, radio, all of it, powered by blah, 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 blah. World War, the Third Reich, then World War II fought across the bottom of this trough here, ending in the explosion of the atom bombs. Now, after World War II, what people were interested in was literally a return to normalcy. It was called that, the return to normalcy. We whipped Hitler, we called down the power of the stars upon our enemies. Now we just want to go back and marry the girl next door and barbecue and buy some tube furniture and get a Chevy and make nice. Make nice. And here it is. A period of traditional activity, recidivism, conservatism, so forth and so on. And now I'll zoom in a little more. Before I do, the early 1960s here, and then right here, right at the top, landing on the moon. Landing on the moon, the hippies, LSD, the whole ball of wax. I mean, basically at the very, very top of this thing, to the day, the human being in the Panhandle in San Francisco. Now, if that doesn't confirm my own inner agenda, I don't know what possibly could. Here, let's go in and have a look at it. Go look at there. 44 years, there's the top of the 60s. 22 years, the Reagan-Bush era. 11 years. 11 years and 2 months. The last 11 years. Now, remind yourself, we have not moved the positioning. We have started with 6 billion years. We're down to 11 years. Everything is being generated from this point in 2012. It's been right. And now, the last 11 years, from 83 to 94. Okay. This is, in resonance, the fall of Rome. In fact, the end of the Reagan era. This point here, well, I'm going to go one more stage. We're going to see it. Because we've been through a lot in the past 5 years, 7 months, and 1 day, I believe. By the way, you see this little pointer that has appeared? It's pointing at today. It's pointing at today. Okay. Let's go through these low points. This one, June 89, Tiananmen Square massacre, 3 million people, perhaps the largest crowd in history, halt in its tracks, the largest and most totalitarian government on the planet for 30 days is paralyzed until it discovers a traditional solution to the problem, mass murder of its own citizens. Okay, go forward. Next low spot, November 1989. The Berlin Wall falls to the day, right there, the market front. Okay, now this spot is interesting. This spot, the bottom of this little drop here, on the next higher level is the birth of Muhammad. The exact resonance date here of the birth of Muhammad is August 3rd, 1990. Saddam Hussein seizes Kuwait on the day of the resonance of Muhammad's birth. So, and Muhammad died over here. No. Muhammad died here So here's the seizure of Blake. Then remember all the breath beating and the moving of troops around and all that. That goes on up to here. And this is the issuing of the UN ultimatum, which made war inevitable. Here is the air war, this descent here, early January 1991. The ground war, and if I were to blow up the bottom of this slope for you, you see that it's wildly fluctuating on the fine scale. But the land war is there. Okay. Next low point, August 1991. The kidnapping of Gorbachev from the first Soviet Kudeta right then. I'm going to skip over this one because the only interesting thing that happened there was that it's the two interesting things happened actually. Two different gods were produced that day. And I hate to tell you, but Ross Perot went on Larry King and allowed us how maybe he would run for president. Okay, then this low point here, good on destiny, this tells me the exact date. Can you see that painting? There's Clinton's election right there in that low trough. And as you see, then we have come up. We've come up today. Oh, what was the date of the LA earthquake? January what? There it is. That's January 13th. Did you see the symmetry break? If I go one stroke further, that's the 19th. So you see how tight on it is. Okay, so then today is February 27th. Now we'll fly in. No. And that should tell you something. Just a sec, because I can't take my eyes off this thing. There's 8 months. There's 4 months. 2 months. 1 month. 15 days. 7 days. The last 7 days. The last 3 days. The last day. The last 23 hours. Now, I think we're getting close to the range limit. Let me do a couple of things here, a couple of housekeeping things. And what I want to do is move today's date over to the other side of the screen so that we can look at the future. That's what's interesting now, because there's so little of it left. We've been looking at 6 billion years. There's only 18 years left. I often wondered, so what if it were true? I'd hardly have time to enjoy my notoriety. Specify target date. C. Month of 2, 27, 1994. No. Okay, now specify time span, 20 years. E. 20 years. I think so, if I did it right. Years, 20. Plus months, no. Plus days, no. Okay. Now we have everything right. Draft away. Draft away. Yes. Oh, okay. Now see the pointer over here? That's pointing at today. Now remember how I said the impact on Jupiter was the week of July 21? Let me run the pointer forward. There is August 5th, 1994, and one stroke back, the 16th of July, 1994. See, it's right there. Now, the reason I wanted to show you this, other than just the razzle-dazzle the future, is look what's coming. We've got a test of sufficient force coming that if the wave fails this test, I wouldn't think it would be necessary to hang on until 2012, because this is a very major test of the theory. And what it's saying is that beginning around January 23rd, 1996, and lasting until May 1st, 1996, a period of 164 days, there is going to be an enormous rush into novelty. And I have no idea. We could be looking at revolution in China, AIDS cure, planetesimal impact, Hawaiian independence, or all of those and more. But that's where it'll be, early 96. The analog is the immediate fail-safe in the invention of algebra. So it may be that it's the evolution of some incredibly powerful mathematical technique that will configure technology and science for the rest of the 18 years left to us. Now, I also wanted to show you this because this explains this compression that is going on in historical time. Remember how I pointed out how the Nazis were very much like the Old Kingdom Egypt? Well, everything is being lived in these lower level resonances at high rates of acceleration and compression. So that, for example, what took 11 years in the past takes 6 days or something like that in the present. So fads and fraction are the place to look for the ebb and flow of this stuff. We right now are in the early 8th century, early 9th century. Clinton is our Charlemagne. The revolt in Mexico is in resonance with the Mayan collapse and going on in the very same area. This is how it works. It's kind of a lens for seeing how the future unfolds along certain themes. So what I would predict here is some radical gains or something radical here having to do with ideas and Islam. Maybe a young Palestinian physicist will write the unified field theory or something like that. Then, for the rest of the 90s, this is the rest of the 90s carries us only into the high Gothic period, the medieval period. Well, for sure, the fundamentalists are just going to camp on the millennium, and they truly believe that Jesus is coming. So, this whole period around 2000 will be monopolized by Christian rhetoric and hoopla. Then, beyond that, it looks like, I would hate to think that this is some kind of new play, but we do have in the early years of the next century the resonance with the Black Death. Further on, in 2004 to 5, the Italian Renaissance in 2004, ending in late 2005 with the discovery of the New World, which I would predict is a water-heavy, oxygen-rich planet around Alpha Centauri, or Beta Centauri. Just as an aside, did you know that Beta Centauri, which aside from the red dwarf Alpha Centauri, is the nearest star, Beta Centauri, is the most sun-like star within 70 light years of the planet. It's incredibly sun-like. 1.1 solar masses and burning in the same part of the spectrum as the sun. It's entirely possible in 2004 we will have sufficient instrumentality that if there are planets around Beta Centauri, they will swim into view. And if their water having oxygen rich, we will have discovered the new world. Or it may be constructs a doorway into the DMT land or something else. But 2004, the discovery of the new world. 2009, the equivalent of the Industrial Revolution. And then all of the 19th and 20th century compressed into the next 2 years, leading to the spin down. Because the shortest cycle is not 67 years, 1 and 4.25 days. There are shorter cycles. There's a 384-day cycle that will begin 384 days before December 21st, 2012, and that into 384 days will pack all the resonances of all previous cycles. There will then be a 6-day cycle at the end, packing all the resonances and associations into 6 days. There will then be an hour and 35-minute cycle, then a 1.3 second cycle. In other words, the thing is just hurtling toward the omega point. Imagine this. If you had a universe like the kind of universe I'm describing, that was 72 billion years old, and that had 27 levels of spiral evolution built into it with a collapse factor of 64, big risk, then half of its becoming would occur in the last 6.5 hours of its existence. The universe would be only half completed 6.5 hours before its final completion, because the short epochs happen so rapidly. So this is what I think lies ahead. It's not permaculture, not Hawaiian independence, not cheap beer, but something so off the wall that the laws of space and time themselves are going to be melted, condensed, and rolled together. This is a process. I showed it to you. It's been rolling forward for 72 billion years. It's never arrived a moment late anywhere along the line. It's on time. It's under budget. And novelty, which we represent, which life represents, which civilization represents, novelty is the proof of it. And novelty is ingressing into three-dimensional space-time at precisely the rates that the theory predicts. It explains why we're here. It explains how the cosmic drama works, and it gives permission to drop anxiety, because we're locked into an eternal process of alchemical rarefaction of novelty that is very close now to the culmination. The eschaton body, the coincidentia positorum, the philosopher's stone, the UFO, the body and blood of our Lord, it's all about to enter history. This is the persistent and incredibly irrational assurance of Western religion that what other people used to call God, that God would enter history. History is the shockwave of eschatology. The presence of history on this planet means that we are only geological microseconds away from the full revelation of the presence of the eschaton. It is causing history. History is a distorted perspective on a higher dimensional object that is pulling all access into itself and always has been. And, we barely have language for this. It's being revealed through the psychedelic experience. This is what shamans see. This is why I say a shaman is someone who has seen the end, because you leave the radical linear confinement of history and you rise up into the super space of eternity. You look left, you see the Big Bang. You look right, and you can see the entire set of universal processes being sucked into the transcendent presence of the eschatonic object. Yeah.
The Earth wobble theory, where the ice caps in the North and South Pole become your new equator.
I think it's more radical than that. I think it's the collapse of Newtonian space and time. I think there's nothing left at all that you can hang a label on. You'll be neither activist nor angry. So this is yeah. 2012. Oh no, see the way that you would divide the software, you can put any end date in it, just with the keystrokes. It comes with defaulted to the December 21, 2012 date, because, but let me, but you can enter any end date and it will scale the entire wave for you relative to the end date you gave it. I scaled it to this date because after trying hundreds and hundreds of dates, this seemed to be right at all scales. This seems to work. Now, if you take this seriously and you try to make rational sense of this revelation, and it is a revelation, and dig the fact that it's a very strange revelation because it's absolutely self-limiting. I'm hung out to dry if nothing happens. It imposes its own test. It says, we will deliver, or you're free to reject it. So it isn't some vague promise about someday or soon or no. Dawn, Greenwich, 18 minutes after 11 a.m., December 21st, 2012, Greenwich Mean Time, the eschaton will rise in the east and consume the solar system and so forth and so on. What am I going to say about this? You mean by that? Well, let me explain to you, short of the absolute consummation of the world and the ascent into the angelic imperium, how could this be fulfilled? How could this be fulfilled and be true and yet somehow not leave no stone upon another? No, nuclear war is a recidivist return to camp. Here's the one thing that could happen, as I see it, that could fulfill the prophecy and yet leave three-dimensional space and time intact. One thing I've noticed about the wave is that it's excellent at predicting the evolution of technology. Technology and novelty are very closely related concepts in the cosmos of the time wave. How would it be if what happens at 18 minutes after 11 a.m. on December 22nd, 2012 is that the button is pushed, and for the first time in the history of this planet, a person moves through time. The sequential linearity of history ends. And then we would all say, of course, history ended. Because, I discussed this with the mushroom, and it told me a very strange thing, which I didn't believe at the time. It said time machines are possible, but you can only go back in time as far as the moment of the invention of the first time machine. Because before that, Well, what about time machines? How can you take a time machine into a universe where, by definition, time machines do not exist? That would introduce a paradox. So then I thought, and following through on this, I thought, here's the picture. It's a few moments before sunrise in the Amazon, December 21st, 2012 AD, at the World Temporal Institute. The first person is about to be sent into the future. The Lady Temple Knot is strapped into the machine in full view of the worldwide three-dimensional virtual reality football. Everybody is watching. A brief speech is made, a countdown from 20, a button is pushed, and off she goes into the future. Now, the interesting question at this point, I think, is what happens, to use an obsolete word, next? What happens next? And I think in that kind of a universe, what would happen next is that thousands, tens of thousands of time machines would begin arriving at the end of the time road. They would have come back to see the first trip into time. They would arrive from all points in the future at the end of the road to witness the first time travel. Now, this idea lasted for about 24 hours. And then I realized there's a problem here. There's something called the grandfather paradox that is always introduced in discussions about time travel. And it is this. If you were able to travel back in time, you could kill your grandfather. If you killed your grandfather, you would not exist. Therefore, you could not have traveled back in time and killed your grandfather. Therefore, we're coming out to dry here on some kind of a paradox. And the only way around that paradox, because you see, in the kind of time travel the mushroom says is allowed, the traveling back to the moment of this time machine's invention, you could still have a paradox. Because if your grandfather was born in 2022 and you were born in 2080, on your way back to 2012, you could start in 2025 and kill your infant grandfather. So what do we do about this? The solution is this. When the button is pushed, when the Lady Temple sails off into the future, what happens is not that time machines arrive instantly from all points in the future. Something much more radical happens. The rest of history happens instantaneously. It all happens instantaneously. There is a collapse of the illusion of linear time. I call this the God whistle. What you do is you sound this shrill tone, and the rest of universal history is like magically removed, and the next serial moment is the last moment in the history of the universe, and you go into the highest state of evolution that the universe can achieve in its entire history. So what this is a kind of fast forward button. You think you're inventing time travel. What you're really inventing is a button which causes the rest of time to happen instantly, and then the entire global civilization moves into eternity. It's a curious thing, but hey, what is yeah.
Related to apocalyptic theory, to second coming, to
here's how I relate to it. Through the resonances that we've been looking at here, it's clear that if time is this kind of fractal that I'm talking about, then it's a series of embedded modules that are complete within themselves. So that the entire history of the universe is in some sense recapitulated in every minute, every hour, every day, every year, every century. is a recapitulation or an anticipation of the highest cycle of time. So a Christ, a Buddha, a Mohammed, is simply a person who stood in a certain geometric relationship to the object at the end of time. You know how you can stand on a hill and the glass windows of a house across the valley will be blinding, but if you move just a few feet, it disappears into the channel in time. These are people who were as ordinary as you and me, except for their perspective on the eschaton. And these were the biggies: Christ, Buddha, Mohammed, every single one of us. From, Joe Shako Guru to you and me. We all have a perspective on the eschaton. It's within us. Genetic encoding, anticipation. So the promise of Western religion, well, here's the way to think of it. Think of the eschaton, this object in eternity, pulling everything toward itself. Think of it as one of those mirrored balls that they hang in discos and spin, and you know how it causes moving lights on the walls? Those are reflections of the Bible, but they're distorted reflections. And all reflections are distorted. So David Koreich's version of things, Charles Manson's version, Buddha's version, Hitler's version, Christ's version, everybody's version is slightly or more than slightly tweaked, including mine. All versions are tweaked, but the closer you get to the end of the road, the less tweaked the versions are, because the radiance of the thing is growing in power. So a shaman 50,000 years ago in his cave in the south of France taking mushrooms, he looks forward and there's a dim glimmer, something, a transcendental hope, a possibility. Now you take mushrooms and you can almost see the radiance of the eschaton shining through ordinary reality. And all these religions are anticipations of this thing, and your own transcendent hopes are an anticipation of this thing. We can tune into the eschaton, and this is what psychedelics are. That's why I said a shaman is someone who has seen the end. A shaman is someone who knows how the story comes out and can therefore return to ordinary linear time, take their place in the drama with a total absence of anxiety, and then be a wonderful role model, cure, and paradigm for other people who lack this critical piece of knowledge, the nature of the, yeah. It's like raising a lighted match to greet a supernova.
The basic paradox between traditional scientific thought and what Rupert is talking about, you're talking about, Abrams is talking about, the people in quantum physics, Swami and those guys, is revolved around the issue of teleology and the rejection of teleology, and this causes the absolute collapse of that denial that something in the future can influence and cause an event in the past. And that is the philosophical peg around which all of this is going.
That's right. Let me explain what's being said here. Teleology is a fancy philosophical word for purpose. If you have a telos, you have a purpose. And it has been very, very important to modern science to remove teleology from its explanations. Even the theory of evolution, which is the most teleological of scientific theories, real hardcore evolution, materialist evolutionists will tell you don't think of it as progress. It's not progress. It's random mutation being acted upon by selective forces in the environment. But don't think that an elk is more advanced than an amoeba, or that a gray whale is more advanced than a sponge. There is no progress here. There is simply sideways mutation toward different form. But I say this contravenes reason. There obviously is progress. But progress means movement toward a goal. That's a purpose. The movement toward a goal is a purpose, and they go berserk when you try to inject teleology. That's right. That's right.
Of modern science.
Yes, you see, 19th century science arose in an atmosphere of what was called deism. Deism was the current form of Christian theology that said that the universe was a kind of universal machine that God had built and set running and then gone and run back. And the 19th century Darwinists and the Wallaces, they wanted to get away from teleology, so they built logical systems where everything proceeds from cause to effect. Everything is pushed from the past toward the future. I'm saying exactly the opposite. Using the new language of chaos theory and dynamics, I'm saying the future contains an attractive, a kind of energy low point in the topology, and history is like releasing a ball bearing on a stretched rubber sheet that has a low point. Where will the ball bearing roll? Where will it end up? In the low point. And it may even circle around the low point as it rattles down into the bottom like a pinball in a pinball machine. This is perfectly reasonable. It's just incredibly unwelcome in the domain of science. But I think that science has betrayed itself by not admitting that over all scales of time and all scales of phenomena, novelty is being conserved, is refining, building upon itself, and accelerating its approach toward an ideal state of perfection, and that is this eschatonic body. Yeah.
It's also about making up technology, which is a combination of science, and also genetic code. It's DNA. It's all within it. So what science recognizes that it's a chemical interpretation.
Yeah, the problem is, as I said at the beginning of today, that science as we know it will not survive this revolution because time is a variable, and all science that has been done to date has treated time as an invariant. And if we want to understand love affairs, revolutions, corporate takeovers, brain tumors, if we want to understand the things that matter to us as organisms, we're going to have to create an entirely new definition of what science is about and what it's looking at. Yeah.
Everything you measure is altered by that.
That's right.
So therefore, if you're a giant flywheel spinning everything you do, that's the sight that people perceive as being different. Those that work repetition, slight vibration in the machine, and that's what most people perceive, and that's what they are. Slight neural perfection, cyclical.
And that is the resonance and analog on the quantum physics level of spirit being the motivating factor for matter rather than the reverse, as in your discussions of teleology and the causation-driven theories. You see that?
That's right. That's why there are 64 species of time. That's why DNA is the way it is. DNA is like iron filings arranging themselves in the presence of a deeper magnetic ordering field, the principle of 64. That the 64 hexagrams are mental categories, iron filings on a different level, but all configuring themselves to reflect these universal principles of hierarchical ordering and interrelatedness. Now, to a degree, it's an indulgence on my part to tell you all this because it's just my theory, but that's how a straight person would see it. From my point of view, this is what the mushroom said. From the mushroom's point of view, this is square one. This is what you know if you know anything. This is what you know if you've ever been off the block. Of course you know the nature of space, time, and matter. Yeah. Yes, the scientific theory is called the Big Bang. The theory I put out this morning, I would call the Big Surprise. And the big surprise comes at the end, not at the beginning. Yeah. We're going outside the cycle of cause and effect.
And the thing is, haven't you all noticed that people do happen from the scale and that is exactly from the side of the concern? Now there's a fairly biology.
That the rise of ecological concern and the awareness of plant consciousness through psychedelics are simultaneous phenomena. I mean, essentially, the dying mind is coming into focus. History is ending. The evidence of your senses is true. It can't go on much longer. It can't go on much longer. What you thought you saw was real. And there is built into the physics of this universe, local or general, who knows, this bootstrapping circularity that is going to lift us to higher and higher levels. Now, what I want to say about this as we're getting close to the end, is you should not believe this. I don't believe this. I got as far as I got by not believing anything. The mushroom specifically said, when I said, why are you telling me this? It said, because you don't believe anything. This is a hypothesis to be tested. It is not a religious faith to kneel down in front of. It is mathematically anchored, as modern theories have been since the 1850s, and it can be tested and possibly overthrown by ordinary methods of discourse and analysis. It is not a mystical teaching. It does not depend on belief. It's a series of interlocking mathematical assertions that are open to test. And I cannot imagine what the purpose of my 25-year-long involvement with this is unless there is some measure of truth in this. I have studied other channelings from the Urantia book to whatever, and it isn't like this. Nobody gets it down to a mathematical algorithm that can be submitted to the desk of science for a visa stamp. This is coming from the same place where those things not based on faith, but on the deeper implications of reason and mathematics are coming from. We do feel our planet to be in crisis. An odd thing about this theory, which I confess troubles me, I guess the way to put it, is that it seems to lift obligation off of us. It seems to be saying, it's here. There is nothing left to be done. And, I come out of the Berkeley commune, a tradition of political activism, of real uncomfortableness with bad social policy and repression of unfortunate classes, races, and people. And I want to do something. I'm puzzled by the completedness of this theory, and where I rest with it is I act as though it is not true. And I think you should act as though it is not true. You're still responsible. You can't be a jerk. You must still recycle. You must still take care of your shit. But this is permission to hope. This is permission to understand how your dreams could come true. It isn't that the flying saucers will come, or that Lemuria will rise from the sea, or that Maitreya will descend in a cloud of light. It's that the laws of physics and nature themselves have been designed to save you from what you probably deserve. Uh, so it's a psychedelic revelation that touches every aspect of human life. It's a way of looking at things, novelty and habit. It's a scientific quote, argument for not pushing the river. It's a kind of mathematical description of the document. I mean, if you think about the Tao Te Ching, the primary text of Taoism, in the Whaley translation, it opens like this. The way that can be told of is not an unvarying way. Now, despite the clumsy use of the double negative, not an unvarying way, what that sentence says is the way that can be told of is a varying way. A varying way. And that's what we have here. We have the universal ebb and flow of flux. But one of the greatest philosophers in the Western tradition, the pre-Socratic Heraclitus, got it down to an aphorism in Greek. He said, Pantic rea, all flows, all flows. This is the truth. Dominator psychology wishes to build stability where no stability can be permitted in the construction of calendars, in the construction of ideologies, in the construction of relationships. This is a perversion of circumstance. Everything is in flux. Everything flows. Everything in its time is replaced by something else. This is a universal truth, and it can liberate, and it can make the felt presence of immediate experience rich, satisfying. It can, in short, give life meaning. And we are so embedded in the linear, causal, Newtonian, materialist, reductionist, dominator paradigm that the only way to climb out of that cellar and reach out for the light and the spirit that this universal flux represents is to do it with psychedelics. Our religions are too freighted with past effort, philosophical and political. The only way to do it is to directly address your own psychosomatic experience of being by stepping outside of history and going back to the plants. The plants stand outside of history. They stand in the domain of biology, and they will liberate us. You and me and everybody not here and everything in space and time. We are moving toward the revelation of the universal purpose that has been in the process of defining and revealing itself since the first atoms clattered into existence. We're part of that drama, and we can join in the drama if we avail ourselves of these plant allies and make nature into a partner instead of an obstacle or an enemy. And that's all I have to say about this. Thank you.